IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Like kind of a special edition today, Ryan. That's Ryan Roberts. For those who don't know, I'm Brian Driscoll, publisher at Irish Breakdown. That's my recruiting director, which means he's been very busy last couple days and will remain so over the next couple of days because Ryan, tomorrow is the beginning of the early signing period for Notre Dame and the rest of college football. Players are going to finally get to put their names in the dotted line in what is the dumbest early signing period ever in the history of mankind. Because I think it's ignorant that you have an early signing period less than a month and a half before the official signing period. But whatever, it is the NCAA, so why would we think it would make sense? But it is an early signing period for Notre Dame, and it is going to be an interesting 24 hours, Ryan. That's all we're going to say about that. We have an update on the message board about the latest with Peyton Bowen and Jaden Lamar. We'll somewhat discuss those here, but those are going to be, a lot of that's going to be behind a paywall stuff, but we'll kind of get into it as much as we can here. And with what I'm comfortable putting out publicly at this point in time. So we decided let's do a little signing day mailbag, and we can talk about team, we can talk about recruiting, we can talk about college football, whatever you guys want to do, other players going to other schools, whatever the case may be. It's going to be kind of an open college football mailbag today because we kind of decided, Ryan, like diving into like a game breakdown today when tomorrow's going to be recruiting, Thursday's going to be recruiting, Friday's going to be mailbag, and then the weekend is Christmas just didn't seem to make a lot of sense. So we're gonna do it this way. Also, to reminder, tomorrow's show, a special edition. Tomorrow's definitely a special edition show, Ryan. We're gonna go live at 10 a.m. And right now we're scheduled to go to 3, but it is 3 with an asterisk by it because we could go longer. Just depends on how everything goes down tomorrow. We have a ton of guests lined up tomorrow. We're going to have some Notre Dame commits on the show tomorrow. We're going to have some commit parents on tomorrow. And it's, obviously his day gets very busy, but as of right now, we plan on having the Godfather, Tom Lemming, on tomorrow as well to talk about Notre Dame's class. And so we're getting started at 10 because by 10, all the time zones except for Hawaii are now able to sign. So by 10, you should start hearing faxes kind of coming in for, Cooper Flanagan and any, Rico Flores and some of those West Coast guys. We don't have to worry about any Hawaii kids this year. And so that's why we decided to go live at 10 is to do that. So we'll kind of go live through. Then we'll have people on throughout the day. We'll have analysis throughout the day. The point of tomorrow's show we'll discuss the class clearly, but it's going to be to talk about the latest news, what's happening, get people on so you all can meet parents, meet recruits, talk about the class from a big picture standpoint. And then Thursday, we'll take an even deeper dive into the class. We'll share some of the backstory. We'll share some of the stuff that went down in the final, 72 hours, the final 2 weeks, just some of the stuff that we're kind of holding back for now. We'll put all that stuff on the message board day of, but we'll kind of talk about it on the show on Thursday. And then we'll get into just class breakdowns and grades and all that kind of stuff. So the more detailed analysis will be, we kind of break it all down, will be Thursday, just so everybody knows kind of what's going on. And then, of course, tomorrow night, we will have the IB Nation Sports Talk show at 6. They'll talk recruiting and some other topics. And then I'll be on with Malik Zaire and Sean Davis on the Lucky Lefty podcast, which is going to start at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. And that'll be kind of our wrap-up of the day. Sean will be on. So Lucky Lefty will not have a show tomorrow morning. They're going to be on, or Sean is going to be on with us starting at 10 a.m. And then I'm going to go on. So we're going to kind of have a couple crossover shows with Lucky Lefty, which we can do now because they're part of the IB family as the Notre Dame channel on CFB Nation. So Ryan, it's going to be a crazy, fun, busy day, and your first official signing day because technically you were hired for signing day in February last year, but Notre Dame was done, so it didn't really matter last year. So your first official signing day. Now, we'll have a live blog running throughout the day, too, that'll update when kids are signed, and we'll have cards, and we'll have all types of cool stuff. So my wife made graphics for the kids that have committed to you're going to sign tomorrow. I think they're really sharp and really cool. Ryan had a chance to look at them. So it's going to be a fun day, Ryan, but a very busy day, and this next 24 hours are going to be very, very interesting.
I mean, I look forward to obviously breaking down the class in general on Thursday a little bit more in depth and talking about the areas of strengths and things that you're really excited about moving forward. But I mean, for me, Brian, like tomorrow's show is really what I am looking forward to so much, because it's been great to kind of get the stuff ready for the events, all the articles and backstories and all that great stuff. But being able to have some of the commits come on the show, getting to have their parents come on the show, getting Tom Lemming's perspective on the class that Notre Dame has put together. I mean, that's what tomorrow's for, right? Because I mean, there's going to be backstory as far as who ends up signing, who doesn't sign, what, flips from a national perspective, all the backstories that go with recruiting. But I talked about this yesterday on the show with Sean. I'm most excited just to celebrate this class, the first official one under Marcus Freeman, and the successes that their staff had, and the players more than anything, get guys like Drake Bowen on the show tomorrow that have been players that we've been so excited about, and get a little more of a full scope as far as who they are as people and young men and student athletes. And so tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun to celebrate the accomplishments of these young athletes, because they deserve it, man. They put a lot of work in, and this is kind of a cultivation of all the hard work over the last few years. So that's kind of what I'm most excited about, is just get their perspective, the parents' perspective, and really be able to celebrate this 2023 class for Notre Dame.
Let's kind of dive into some of these questions. Oh, by the way, also, if you want to talk about Drew Pine picking Arizona State, we can, but we're not going to discuss. We don't have, other than just letting people know that, for those who didn't know, Drew Pine did announce yesterday he's going to Arizona State. So I'm very happy that Drew found home quickly, and is going to a situation where it looks like he'll be given an opportunity to compete for the starting quarterback job. So very happy for Drew. As I've said all along, I love Drew Pine. I think he's a great kid, great family. I just didn't think he was the guy for Notre Dame. Mm-hmm. And I didn't like how he left, but I had no problem with him leaving. He has to do what's best for him in that situation. So very happy for Drew. Hope it works out. Hope he's able to go down there and have some success. And he's got to be thinking like, man, end of the season against Pac-12 team, ripped up the best team, second best team in the Pac-12. I may be able to do some things out there in Tempe. So I hope things go very, very well for Drew.
And what Kenny Dillingham just did with Bo Nix this year, right? Like, right. Bo was a very inconsistent player at Auburn, and then he's able to really take the best out of him this year and get the best football that Bo Nix has ever had in college. So, I mean, he's going with a head coach that has done pretty good stuff as far as, making an offense really exciting, making an offense respectable in a very short amount of time that had question marks going in, obviously, at Oregon last year. So I think it's a good fit for Drew I think Kenny will be able to get the most out of him, which, we agree that there's still some more untapped potential for a Drew Pine. And, I hope for the best for him. I do. Yeah. I never had any issues with Drew other than the way he left, because you only heard good things about Drew Pine as a young man. So I hope he does
really well respected by his teammates, very well respected by the coaches. Again, I think some people didn't like how he left, but it's more of like a, hey man, I don't agree with that, but love you, right. Do what you got to do. I think is kind of how everybody feels about it. But obviously he doesn't have the physical tools that Bo Nix had, but yes, you're correct. I mean, and even look at what Kenny Dillingham did at Florida State, helping develop Jordan Travis as well. He started to kind of take jumps with Kenny Dillingham at the helm as well. So I'm very excited to see what and wasn't he also Paxton Lynch's quarterback's coach at Memphis? Was he there during that, or was it just the other kid that they had, the one that was there with Chip? What was the name of the kid that came after Lynch?
Was it Riley Ferguson?
Yeah. Yes, that's him. So he was at Memphis in 2017 is when he was the quarterback's coach at Memphis. So that would have been Riley Ferguson, not Paxton Lynch. Should have been the day after. And then he was at Auburn in 2019. So Kenny Dillingham had some success offensively against Notre Dame. That's for sure. If you remember correctly, Florida State moved the ball pretty well against Notre Dame in 2020. They just couldn't stop Notre Dame's defense. And then, of course, last year in 2021, they moved the ball effectively. So hopefully things work out for Drew. So beyond that, I mean, I probably even talked about a little bit more than we were planning on it. But if you guys want to dive into it more, we can dive into more in the mailbag. So let's get started on that aforementioned mailbag, Ryan. We already have a ton of questions started already, and we got a lot more we haven't even got to yet that we got to start. let's start off here with DMND 13, someone we had the pleasure of meeting at the tailgate this year, twice actually for me. Regardless of the outcomes this week, how much more fun and enjoyable is it to follow recruiting this year with the staff's high expectations, belief in Notre Dame, and relentless effort plus battling? Ryan, that's be a little hard for you to answer since this is kind of your first year covering it, but I'll just go ahead and say, so you can't really answer it from the how much more fun because you've never done it before, but I'll just ask you, just take out the much more and just how fun and enjoyable was it for you to cover and follow recruiting this year for Notre Dame, if it was at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a roller coaster, and I know that we have kind of accepted that's just kind of the world of recruiting just historically, but especially now with trying to understand the NIL landscape and transfer portal implications and just all the nuances behind the scenes of recruiting. I'd say that, I mean, Dan kept me busy, man. I really did. I really did enjoy it because, like, I mean, the best part of the job, honestly, is the relationships you build, right? And that's not even relationships just between in the Irish breakdown staff with guys like Brian and Sean. It's obviously the recruits, it's their parents, it's coaches, and being able to really develop those relationships is awesome. You know, like you get the backstories, you know, like the Armel Mukum backstory as far as him coming from Canada and only playing football for 2 years. And then the Sam Pendleton, you know, how he's kind of risen in the recruiting rankings and doesn't really like going to any camps, but, you know, super just religious guy who loves to just play football, you know, and you get a lot of those backstories, which is the best part, you know, and even my roots in the game of football, just in general, that's something that I've always gravitated towards is the stories, you know, and the backstories and what makes players who they are and what they tick. And that's been the best part is just kind of getting to know a lot of these guys and to grow those relationships, you know, but it's definitely something where the magnitude of how this staff operates, going after so many high profile kids and, you know, missing on a couple, but also making headway in a large way with some other big ones. And then identifying players that maybe they were a little bit ahead of the curve with, like a guy like a Ben Minich or an Armel Mukum or Brandon Hillman, like a player like that. I think that it was a general, just incredible experience to be able to see how this staff operates because they're not afraid to go toe to toe with the big guys. They're not. Then they're also a really good evaluation staff, you know, like Chad Bowden and Marcus Freeman and this staff. They like to find the guys that are great fits for them and have athletic upside, but might not be in the precipice as far as, you know, how high their ranking is yet. But then they get on those kids. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, now they're getting this offer and that offer and this offer. And Armel Mokum's now the 191 player in the country. So I think it keeps you busy. There's going to be some frustration at points with stuff, right? Because the NIL stuff and everything that kind of comes around it. But I mean, it was an absolute joy to be able to get to know this 2023 class, get to cover them, get so many backstories. I think just the general love that they have and genuine love that they have for each other in this class and the coaching staff, that's the good stuff, man. That's what relationships are made. That's what makes football the best sport in the world. That's it right there because it really is a family. And I think that's what Marcus Freeman is breeding in the Notre Dame just side of the, you know, of the sport is the fact that like, hey, man, you know, we're going to be successful. We're going to compete for championships. We're going to recruit at a high level. But the authenticity is something that every recruit and parent has been just so consistent to talk about. He's breeding a culture at Notre Dame. So it's been an absolute joy, man. It's been great to follow along and learn, and next year's going to be even better. So I'm excited for it.
You know, for me, Ryan, I got to admit it was a bit of a there were some really good things about covering it this year. I loved covering the staff. This staff is relentless. Like, I can't wait to see how tomorrow finishes because there's a lot of stories that we have about how all things went down. And Sean Davis and I were talking, and we're going to talk about this more tomorrow and on Thursday, but we were going over, like, who can we say definitively, no way this guy is in the class if Brian Kelly is still here? And it was a long list, a very long list, especially on offense. And so you look at, I probably shouldn't say that because then they're start naming these defensive guys that they might have had a hard time. But, I felt like Marcus Freeman was able to kind of overcome some of that stuff in 2022. I think he would have done it in 2023 class. But there were some guys like, we talked about like Christian Gray, who it was a battle between LSU and Ohio State. And it was the head coach plus the corners coach plus the DC plus Chad Bowen that was able to win the day. Remove one of those guys from the equation, and would it have been enough to get him over the finish line? Maybe, maybe not. So I don't know if I'd say him definitively, but he's one that's a question mark. So there's all these different things, and that part of it was fun, but it was also disappointing because it's kind of like, could you imagine the success Notre Dame could have had recruiting if they had a head coach like Marcus Freeman or a head coach like Brian Kelly who actually worked at recruiting for the last 10 years before NIL was a thing? Because they're having this level of success with NIL. Like, what would they have done if they had the kind of staff and someone like Chad Bowden and a head coach that worked hard on the recruiting trail and who demanded that from all of his assistant coaches for the 10 previous years? Boy, it starts getting kind of exciting about it, right? It just kind of confirms what I've said for a long time, Ryan, and what you have always agreed with me on, which is most of Notre Dame's problems the last 20 years were not because of admissions or academics or the field or whatever other excuse people want to use. It was self-inflicted wounds. Was everything that way? No, but a lot of things were. And when it comes to recruiting and the not maximizing the recruiting success, that to me is a big one for me. Was just not being able to have seen that type of work ethic and results outside of the NIL era. You start thinking about that. So that's my only kind of, I don't say regret, but the thing that kind of bounces, because I hate what's happening right now with the NIL and the transfer portal. I am a big proponent of NIL, and I have no issue with the previous transfer rules were garbage. But the way that they're being implemented now, and the NCAA just having this hands-off approach, has just made something I used to love and enjoy really dirty. And the thing that sucks is so many of the kids get blamed. And in some instances, they deserve it, right? Like we've said this, there's a kid that decommitted from Notre Dame recently that you look at and say, boy, I don't care how much they're offering you. It's not that you left. That's my problem. It's how you left. That's my problem. And you just see a lot of this really dirty stuff, but I more so blame the adults, right? I mean, most of the kids that are taking money, it's like, okay, I mean, at some point in time, as long as the kid didn't give somebody else's word and back out of it, all right, do what you got to do, right? I mean, I don't love it, but just the shadiness of this business and just the fact that just so many kids are making decisions about money and money alone, which means, yeah, maybe they get a payout, but their opportunity to potentially advance themselves in every other facet of life, it has been diminished because some of these kids are going places where they're not going to be developed as young people, as football players. And at the end of the day, that's so much more important than giving them a stash of cash in their bank account. And I know in our society, it's like, no, it's okay. You could be a scumbag and you could be barely, able to read, and, you could have developed no moral compass whatsoever. But as long as you got money, it's okay. That's absurd. But that's kind of what it's turned into. Well, as long as they're getting money, who cares if these kids aren't getting an education? Who cares if these kids aren't developed? Who cares if these kids are doing this? Who cares if these kids are doing that? Oh, they're getting money. So freaking what? I just hate that that's kind of become the thing now, and it just kind of makes it dirty. It really does.
It gives you a deeper appreciation though for how the staff has gone about things though, right? And the players that have stuck with Notre Dame throughout the process. I mean, I think that the recruiting class that finishes up for Notre Dame, you're going to be able to look at those players, and this isn't taken away from the talents, right? Because they're all incredibly gifted. I mean, Notre Dame has a chance to sign the best class from a points perspective in 247 Sports era at 288 points right now if they finish out the way they are. So they have a chance to put together their best class in that era, and they've done it against everything you're talking about, Brian, against the money pulling and the NIL stuff and the pay for play and the improper benefits and however you want to quantify this era that we're in right now. And the fact of the matter is who ends up in this class for Notre Dame, they are here because they see the bigger picture, right? Yep. The Drake Bowens, the Braylon James, the Jaden Greathouses, the Jeremiah Loves.
Christian Grays. Yeah, yes. I mean, we can Like, I mean, literally just go down the line and list every kid. I
Yep.
mean,
And they get it, man. They do. And it'll be fun tomorrow and Thursday because we'll be able to get a little more of the backstory. But several of the players I just named have been offered a lot of money, like
oh yeah.
a lot of money.
Well, and I
And
hope the list includes Peyton Bowen and Jay Lamar tomorrow. Well, you know,
sure.
we will it? I don't know, you know, but I hope that it includes those guys as well, Ryan. So
Well, and if
yeah,
it does include those guys, they are added to the list of guys that see the bigger picture
right,
and turn down big heaps of money because they know that the 4 for 40, the long term, is going to outweigh the money up
right,
front. That's what it's going to be.
right,
And again, I think that's one of the great things about covering this recruitment class, right, Brian?
right,
Because you're right. I mean, there was a lot of frustrating things, and it's of how the game's trending, but getting to know Don Schuler and Adon Schuler and Glenn James and Braylon James and Debbie Otting and all these
that's the
great
fun part.
parents. And that's
Jason
it, man.
Love and
Yep,
right, all
Jason
these, yeah,
Love, all those guys. And they get it. The parents get it,
right.
the kids get it, which is why they'll be successful at Notre Dame.
Right. I want to just bring this up. This is really funny. Lance Hab says, so instead of being a Friday free for all, can we get a Wednesday whatever show? Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Wednesday whatever. We'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about today, as long as it's related to college football. So yes, very, very well done. Also want to address this real quick from USMA 87. He says, Rico Flores already signed. It was on the Sacramento area news last week. He wanted to do it when school was still in session. No, he didn't. So him and some of his teammates, I believe, but I know Rico signed a form basically doing his commitment, right? Like it's basically like I'm signing and I'm pledging that I'm going to sign with Notre Dame. He can't by law sign with Notre Dame already. Now there are kids that are already signed with schools to a degree, but it's kids whose schools are I believe almost all those kids are on a quarter system. So the quarter's already begun. It's kind of like how it used to be when kids would early enroll before there was an early signing period. Technically, they were already signed, even though the window to officially sign had not opened. There are, I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're grants and aids. I don't know what the specific forms are, but they do sign documents to be that. So Rico basically just did what we used to do at Division III level. So when we would recruit kids who wanted to be part of like ceremonies with their high schools, you know, when kids are actually signing NILs, we would send them these forms, these commitment forms, like I'm, you know, signing to play for or whatever. There was nothing binding about it. And so he Notre Dame is not on that system. They're not in a quarter system. So he can't sign officially until tomorrow at 7 a.m. Pacific time. So 10 a.m. Our time, Eastern time. So he basically was giving his word that he's going to do this as part of his ceremony, but it wasn't a binding resolution.
Right.
Just want to make sure that's understood. We do have a couple super chats down here, Ryan, that I wanted to get to. We have one from Matt Lass. This is hypothetically, if Peyton were to stick with, what do you think it does, if anything, for Notre Dame in the sort of fight against the NIL is sometimes used? I don't want to spend too much time on this, Ryan, because I want to address it more tomorrow. But I will say this very emphatically. If, and we're not saying it's going to happen, our intel is not saying Notre Dame's going to get them. We're not saying that. I don't know if that's true or not. Right now, I don't know what to believe, to be completely honest with you. We're being told two completely different things by two completely different sides. I don't know what to believe. We have our intel up on the board. I'm just going to leave it there, and we'll find out tomorrow, right? Having said that, if Peyton decides to sign with Notre Dame tomorrow, I am quite confident in what we reported at Irish Breakdown last week about the money he got. Now, is it off by 100,000 or two? Maybe, but it was around there. And that a school that got that going is also a school that we had been told had made a similar offer to another Notre Dame commit earlier in the I think earlier in the month, right? So it tracked. And then we got enough independent confirmation that I feel confident in saying that those offers are not off the table, as far as I know, which means if Peyton signs tomorrow, it's because Peyton sat down and kind of got back to where he was before the last month got crazy.
Right.
Which is, yeah, money's nice, right? And this could give me some really nice things in the future, but there's a reason I picked Notre Dame. It's
Mhm.
depth chart related, development related, academic related, uh, developing himself as a young man related, competing for championships related, the relationship with Marcus Freeman, Chris O'Leary, Chad Bowden, all the things that made him not just be a commit, but be a commit that was driving other kids to commit. Peyton Bowen
Mhm.
was very influential in getting Christian Gray to commit, and getting like him and Drake Bowen had a really good relationship. But remember, Drake Bowen committed to Notre Dame was it like a couple months before
Mhm.
before Peyton Bowen. So like
Mhm.
they were both committed, like very similar, and they were leaders of this class for a long time. And it would mean that there are, and I believe this to be true, it would be evidence of what I believe is true, which is there are a lot of kids, especially those who come from families that are more willing to look at their son's future, and not just maybe what the immediate can do for him and them, but say, I care more about my son being developed as a man than I do about my son loading up his bank account at 18 years old.
Right.
And there's a lot more kids out there than people think. And we have a
Mhm.
lot of examples of that in this Notre Dame class. And I wrote an article a week or two ago, Ryan, where I talked about this class has a chance to be sort of that cultural change of you all keep saying we're about the money. We didn't
Mhm.
start this. We didn't make this rule. We aren't the ones that are doing all this. Y'all created those rules. Y'all are the ones that are doing NIL. Y'all are the ones that are refusing to regulate it. Y'all are the ones that did the one-time transfer rule. And we're supposed to say, no, we're not going to take advantage of it because reasons, right? That's not on the kids, but there is a group of young men that are willing to say, you know what? We're not going to let them get us off course. They
Right.
have enough foresight to say, we're not going to let the NCAA's decisions and the nonsense that college football has turned into to distract us from the real purpose here,
Mhm.
which is championship, right? That's the first thing every Notre Dame commit in this class talks about. Sam Pendleton talked about in the article we have at Irish Breakdown. We are coming here to win a championship. It used to be like that would be like the sixth or seventh thing that they would bring up, and it'd be like, oh, yeah. By the way, we're also want to win championship. That's like the first thing they all bring up now, and it has been for months, for over a year. And there's enough of those kids to say, if I go to Notre Dame and blah, 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 and do this, 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 what it boils down to, Ryan, there's a lot more kids than people realize that are willing to bet on themselves
Mhm.
and have enough confidence in themselves to know that, A, even if I don't make it football wise, going there means, yeah, I'll make that 200 million up a lot quicker than you realize, even if I don't play football, because I got that Notre Dame degree.
Right.
And that's there's just a lot more kids like that than people realize, which is why even if Notre Dame does lose Peyton Bowen, this is one of their best classes in 20 years. If they land Peyton Bowen, I'll argue that it's without question their best class in over 20 years in a lot of ways, and I'll make that case if it happens.
Mhm.
But it would go to show, what it would say is, if you sell the plan effectively and you have the substance to back up the recruiting pitch, which Notre Dame does,
Mhm.
there's a lot more kids out there, Ryan, that are willing to say, yeah, I'm going to bet on myself because I believe that passing up the short-term boost is going to be such a much more greater benefit down the road, right?
Right.
And it's just, um, there's a lot of kids that get that more than others, and some kids understand that, but they still made another decision that wasn't NIL related. It was more football related, and that's fine. That's
Mhm.
totally fine with that. But this class is unique in that regard,
Yes.
and if Peyton Bowen signs, it's because of that. It's
Mhm.
because of that class. It's because of that brotherhood. It's because of the goals that they have shared together about, we're going to come to Notre Dame, we're going to change this thing. We're going to be the class that people look back on. Now, we're not doing it alone. The 2022 class is going to have a role. The 21 class is going to have a role. The 24 class is going to have a role. But we're going to be the foundation of that class that changed it. And we're going to be the foundation that while all the rest of college football is going crazy, we're going to be the class that says, this is what it's supposed to be about. And we're staying on track. no matter what other craziness is happening. And if that class can win, Ryan, it changes everything.
Agree.
And if Peyton Bowen comes to Notre Dame, and if a Jeremiah Love, and if a Braylon James, and guys that we know were kids that were had offers, and they go to Notre Dame and they get their degrees and they become high draft picks and they do all those things, it changes everything for Notre Dame, assuming the world is still as crazy as it is now by then. And that's why, honestly, Ryan, a lot of these schools don't want these kids going to Notre Dame because they know if these kids find out that they can go to Notre Dame and it's still better for them than the immediate payouts, we're effed because now we have to start offering this kid so much money that we're not getting the return on our investment, and then our donors are backing out, and now we're really screwed. And that's why, if you ever wonder why do schools fight so hard against Notre Dame, I've been saying this for years. Brian Smith and I have been saying this for years, Ryan. If like two schools that are rivals are in the Final Three for a kid and Notre Dame is also, they would both negatively recruit against Notre Dame. They would rather that kid go to their rival than to go to Notre Dame. And that's been true for a long time because some of these schools, especially in the Southeast and the Southwest, are mortified of the idea of Notre Dame proving that you can come to Notre Dame from Florida or Texas or Louisiana and have big-time success, because then it just opens up a pipeline. And there's just certain things that they can't compete with. And if Notre Dame can show that you can come here and achieve financial success and academic success and play for a championship and be a high draft pick, what's your negative pitch then? You're left with the weather. That's it.
Yep.
And that's, hey, okay, fine. So when you go to the NFL draft, you're going to say, I can't be drafted by the Bills, the Broncos, the Packers, the Lions, all these, the Steelers, the Ravens, the Browns, okay, cool. Go ahead and try that. Right. But, that's what's on the line tomorrow. And with this class in general over the next 3-4 years, Ryan. And it may seem like a lot, but I truly believe it. I truly believe it to be the case. And it takes a special kind of young person to turn down that money. Because how many adults have said to us, Ryan, well, I mean, if I was offered that money, if you were offered that kind of money, you'd take it too. Okay, well, maybe. But what I do know is these kids are not. And it's unique.
And they're bought in too, right? Like, I think that's the tough part about this whole conversation is like, who had the number one class in the country last year, Brian? It's Texas A&M. How did they do on the field this year? And I would argue, this is just my opinion, that some of that lack of productivity is based upon that there's not a incentive to really buy in, right? They're being bought to come play for your institution. So I think that there is something to be said about the reasons you go to a school, the reasons you buy into a culture, the reasons you buy into a coaching staff and a vision will determine how hard you work, right? Will determine how much you put yourself into the everyday of being the best version of yourself. And there's no immediate payback to Notre Dame players as far as a handouts early on in their career. We know about the collectives and being able to capitalize on NIL during their Notre Dame career. Like, money's not going to be an issue for Notre Dame. But the point is that the players that end up in the class for Notre Dame are there because they want to be and because they understand and that they bought in to the vision that was sold from the school, from an academic perspective, from an athletic perspective, from a coaching staff perspective, from a player perspective. Everything sold that to them. And those players, I have no worries about Sullivan Absher and Charles Jagasaw coming in day one and playing their butts off, man, and giving everything they have to a school. But to a player that is given multi-million dollars, might have a little bit of worry. Like, that might be a kid that I would keep a little bit of a closer eye on to make sure that they're doing everything that they need to do on a day-to-day basis. That's the reality of it. So I think that for the overarching question, though, if Notre Dame is able to land Peyton Bowen after getting offered what he's been offered by multiple schools, that's a testament not only to Peyton, because he saw the bigger picture, which is incredible if that's what he decides. I mean, that's very mature understanding. But it's also a testament that when Notre Dame was pushed in this direction, because these schools are offering something that Notre Dame is not going to offer. They're just not going to. And if they're able to push back and beat out multi-million-dollar offers, and that's not just a Peyton Bowen thing, right? That's other recruits that we'll talk about during this process. That tells you just how authoritative, how strong, and how relentless this coaching staff and these players and these commits are, man. And there's something deeper than what they can write on a checkbook to these players. There is a bond, there is a belief, and there is a vision that is something special, I believe. And that's why, despite an 8-4 season with a bowl game left to play in year one under Marcus Freeman, I believe that they are going to achieve great things. Because if they're doing this with everything that they have to fight against, I think it's going to work out. Because I think that these players are all going to be bought in. They're breeding a culture, not just a football team. And it's a testament to the coaches and the support staff and everybody involved in this recruitment. Because if they're able to land a player like Peyton Bowen, despite all the things going against them, that just shows you how relentless this staff is. That's the biggest thing for me, is that they could have backed away and been like, can't compete with that. Can't offer you that. Can't compete. But they did. They put their head down and they're like, nope, we're not letting this. We're not going out like this. You know, if we're going to go out, we're going to go out fighting to the end. And they've made Peyton think, right? The coaches, the commits, support staff, they've all have made him think, which is why this is a difficult decision. So I applaud the coaches, whether Peyton Bowen ends up in the class or not. But I will not lie and say that if they do maintain Peyton Bowen in this class, that's a testament to how strong this coaching staff and this culture is that Notre Dame's breeding.
I want to respond to this question because I feel like if you've been watching this channel and you're asking this question, I just don't know if you're listening to us. So I don't know why I should answer it again, but I'll give it a whirl. David Lowe says, how can you confidently say it is one of the best classes in 20 years if it hypothetically finishes 10 to 12? A, it's not going to finish 10 to 12. B, I don't give a crap if it finishes 10 to 12. How many times do I got to say this? I don't care about recruiting rankings. I don't. Now, I may be wrong, but I don't care. That's not new. A points-based system that evaluates recruiting success is for fun. It means nothing. People say, well, that's not true because Alabama. Okay, go back and trace how these Alabama kids get ranked. I pointed it out last year, and we could do this every single year. When Alabama starts getting on a kid, their rankings skyrocket.
Yep.
It's a fact. When Georgia gets on a kid now, rankings skyrocket. Just a fact. Right? I mean, why? Well, whatever. We'll get into reasons why. Or I'm not going to get into reasons why because it doesn't matter. But the point is this. Even if they lost Peyton Bowen, right? Because I said it's with him, it's without question, right? But even without him, where are the points that go into a class for meeting needs? This was exactly my issue with the A&M class last year. It was loaded with elite players at like 3 or 4 positions. Receiver, D-line, secondary, and I loved their quarterback. I think Connor Wegman's going to be a really good player. Loved him coming out. Everywhere else was just okay. They had like one linebacker. Like you literally could not put a starting 11 on the field with that class last year. How can you tell me that's the greatest class ever? And if you looked at A&M's recruiting in years before, there were positions they came up short that they needed to have kids, right? And so if your recruiting rankings are just simply numbers based, and I pointed this out, if you're ranked number 32 on Rivals, you're a 5-star. And if you're ranked number 33, you're a 4-star. There's a significant points difference between the guy ranked number 32 and the guy ranked number 33. Why should I care about that? Why should I think that's a proper way of evaluating kids? Right? So, first of all, I don't see their class finishing 10 to 12. And if it does, I don't care. I've never cared. I don't know why people that have watched this show as long as people like David have keep asking me about that. I don't care. How many top number 1 classes did Clemson have during their run? How many top 5 classes did Clemson have during their run? I think maybe 1. I don't think it was any. I think their highest ranked class was like 7th. I think the Trevor Lawrence class finished outside the top 10, if I remember correctly.
That's wild.
Their first top 3 recruiting class was part of the class that has overseen their recent demise. So remember when Florida landed the #1 class of country, and they were getting like Ronald Powell and they're getting all these elite players and Dominic Early, and they had this great class, and their team imploded when that class showed up. I don't care. I just do not care. So I could be wrong. And look, that's part of the risk you run when you do what we do is you put your opinion out there. You're going to be wrong sometimes. And the more you're wrong, the less credibility you have. But this is the reality. I've always felt this way. We ripped apart that A&M class last year. And what did we also say? Let's see how many guys are left in that class a year from now. We said that on signing day last year. And now look at it. Right? So I don't care. I don't care about recruiting rankings. I'm going to look at a class and say, did this class add impact talent? Did it add impact talent at positions where it was needed for Notre Dame's specific roster? Did it add impact talent at positions that are needed to be successful in college football? Did it add depth? Did it have balance? There's all those things that go into a great recruiting class. And those are the things that matter, not I signed 8 defensive linemen who all had super high rankings, which drove up our points-based system, when in reality, any person with a brain that knows football could look at that class and say, boy, there's some special dudes in that class, but who's going to play will linebacker?
Anthony Lucas.
Who's going to block for these quarterbacks and these receivers? Like, who's going to cover these guys? You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, that matters more to me. And that's why there's no perfect system. But I always felt the recruiting rankings that went into it before this way were better, because at least there was some level of attempted analysis at those classes. You know, that's what I like about I mean, this is going to sound crazy, but that's what I like about ESPN's rankings. They don't have a points-based recruiting ranking system. They look at it subjectively and say, or objectively, I should say, and say, okay, what do we think this class added? And sort of make a rankings basis off of that. That's flawed. But I feel like at least there you can address some of the things like, okay, did you meet all your needs? Okay, yeah, you signed a bunch of top 100 guys, but you didn't sign a quarterback for the second year in a row. That's kind of a problem, right? You know, you haven't signed a cornerback worth a darn. So you end up like with Clemson, who's had some really highly ranked recruiting classes in recent years. They can't cover anybody, right? I mean, so David, I get where you're coming from, and I understand why some people are focused on recruiting rankings, because they don't do what we do. They're not trained. They don't have the thousands and thousands of hours of experience, because they have jobs where they got to go to work every day, and they've got wife and kids to come home to, and they don't have time to just sit in front of a computer all day and get paid to watch film and break down film. Totally respect that. Totally respect that. And you don't have to agree with me on my evaluation. But all I'm saying is don't just have that ranking, your response be, well, how can you say this if it's going to be ranked there? Ask me this. Well, what is it about this class that makes you think that? And I'll tell you. But if your counter is simply just something about rankings, then I just don't care. And if your response will be, well, Alabama does this, are the kids ranked because is Bama's success because they got highly ranked kids, or a lot of the kids that Bama has recruited highly ranked because they went to Alabama? That'll be my question.
I mean, we've seen a couple good players Alabama is signing this year that are probably overrated,
way overrated,
overranked. So,
like, have you seen ESPN's rankings?
I try not to.
Like their top 300, it's absurd, man. Like, I think Alabama has something. It's just, I was looking at the other day and I couldn't help but laugh. I was like, all right, man. Like, I like how they, like I said, I like how they do when I say I like the rankings, it's not that their actual ranking that I like. It's more so the process is a process that I like better. But you go look at their class rankings and it's kind of comical to look at their top 300. I'm going to pull it up now, Ryan. It's really funny, because it's like almost every kid on there is like an Alabama commit. So if you look at their top 30, it's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the top 30, 8 of the top 28 players are Bama kids, and another one. See here, 8, 3. I mean, it's like Bama, Georgia, right? It's just like, okay, come on, man. And I'm looking at these rankings and I'm like, that guy's ranked there? Come on, man. What are we doing here? Like Quay Rousseau, the kid from Alabama, I like that kid. He's in my top 100. 7th player in the country. Jackson Arnold, 8th. Peter Woods, 9th. It's like, come on now. What are we doing here? Makai Lemon, 13th. Have you seen Makai Lemon's film? He's a borderline top 100 kid for me. I like him. He's a good player.
Good player.
Top 15 player nationally. So there's just so much just absurdity with a lot of this. And they have Keon Keeley 20th, which is like,
come on, man.
No.
Come on.
You could maybe make a case for a quarterback being ahead of Keon simply from the standpoint of the positional need type of thing.
Sure.
But I'm sorry. I don't think there's 2 football players in the country better than Keon Keeley, much less 19. So, so it just some of this. Justice Haynes, 21st in the country. Eli Holstein, 20. Eli Holstein wouldn't be in my top 200, much less number 22. You've seen his film, right, Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, if that kid would have made the decision to commit to Vanderbilt, is he ranked 22nd?
No.
Nope. He's not. It's just a fact. So that's why I say I just don't care. I don't care what the rankings are. We'll see how it plays out. But I do like the fact that David's always asking questions like this because he's willing to stand up and push back against things. And I do appreciate that. I actually do. It may not seem like it, David, but I do. Tommy Gunn says, rank the receivers in these categories: top end speed, burst, and shiftiness. So I assume he's talking about the Notre Dame commits. So let's take them one at a time, 1 to 4. Top end speed. So the 4 commits are Braylon James, Jaden Greathouse, Rico Flores, and Caleb Smith. So let's go top end speed. Number 1,
Braylon James.
Agree. Number 2,
Caleb Smith.
Agree. Number 3,
Rico Flores.
And then Greathouse 4.
Jaden Greathouse.
We agree. Burst. So to me, top end speed for me is your acceleration, your second gear, your take the top off of a defense.
Right.
Burst is more of the initial boom out of the gate thing. Okay, just so people understand. So burst, number 1 is who would that be, Ryan?
This one might surprise you, Brian, but I also think that's Braylon James. I think he's stupid explosive off the line. Really explosive off the line. Yep.
My ranking for this one is the exact same as it is for the
I think it is too. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny.
So I'm just giving you a heads up on that. Not always the case because Will Fuller was not a crazy explosive off the line guy. Will Fuller was insane. Like once he got 3 or 4 steps, it was like, okay, oh, wow, But sometimes he needed a few steps to build up speed. Other guys just come off the line just fast.
That's like some sprinters versus Usain Bolt. Like there's a lot of sprinters that can beat Usain Bolt in the 50-yard dash, but then once it gets to about 75 plus, and it's like, yep, he's out. See, like nothing left. He's got that kick.
And you'll see some of those shorter guys are really great out of the blocks too. Because they can take like 3 steps for every 1.5 or 2 for me.
That's
if I'm longer.
Yeah, and that's what makes Braylon James so intriguing to me, Brian, is that usually longer guys are more those built-up speed guys. But I mean, I think the first thing when we ever talked about him was I was like, wow, this kid is explosive off the line. Like out of his stance, he gets on top of dudes in a hurry. And then he has the 4.47 7-ish speed somewhere in that ballpark. So I think that's what makes him really intriguing. Outside the length that he has is the fact that he is explosive off the line and he has the top end speed. So he's got kind of the best of both worlds in that regard.
All right. Shiftiness. This is an interesting one. So we're on the same page. You and I have the same ranking for the first 2. Let's see if this one changes because I have a feeling this one might be different. So number 1 in shiftiness in this class.
Caleb Smith.
Okay. Number 2.
See, that becomes a little tough. I guess I would go Rico Flores, but it's not like a Rico with an exclamation point for me.
Okay. Who's number 3?
Braylon James.
Okay. Who's number 4?
Jaden Greathouse.
It's interesting. So here's my shiftiness ranking. 1, Caleb Smith. Now, isn't it interesting that Caleb Smith was 2, 2, and 1 in these 3 categories? I just want to point that out for people. Because I've had people tell me down in Texas that there's people in Texas that think he's going to be the best receiver in his class. And I've talked to some other people that are national people that have said, don't be shocked if Rico Flores is the best receiver in his class. Now, these are not people that are necessarily down on James and Greathouse. It's just that's how good this class is. Number 1 for me, Caleb Smith. Number 2 for me, Jaden Greathouse.
Interesting.
Number 3 for me would be Braylon James, and number 4 would be Rico Flores. I don't think Rico's a super shifty kid. I think he's more of a vertical route runner type of guy. I actually think Jaden Greathouse is really shifty, really shifty. I just don't think he's traditionally shifty. Like,
Right.
I think he's one of the harder guys to tackle that they're going to
Oh, he
land.
is. No
And
doubt.
it's not just because he's like Michael Floyd, who just runs you over. I think there's some shiftiness to his game that is masked by how big he is. And me having Rico fourth says a lot about this class, because Rico is by no means a stiff at all.
Mhm. Yep.
That's what's unique about this class, Ryan, is and that's why I think this is such a great receiver class, because they all have a little bit of all these traits.
Mhm.
And the fourth guy in this year's class would be in the top 2 in a lot of other receiver classes when it comes to shiftiness. For me, when I talk about Rico, so that's what makes it really fascinating.
And can we put this out here, Brian? I mean, I had Jaden Greathouse at number 4 in all of those rankings, and he's still probably my favorite receiver in this
Yes.
class because of all the other stuff he does.
So here's my favorite defensive commit is Jaden Osbury. I don't have him ranked as the best. For
Sure.
you, is Greathouse, when you say favorite, do you mean he's the best or favorite?
I don't think he has the highest ceiling, but I think he's the best football player right now. I do. Yeah. Like Braylon James could definitely be better than Jaden Greathouse long term. Caleb Smith in his role maybe could be better.
I would argue all 3 of the other receivers have a higher ceiling than Jaden Greathouse. I just think there's a long way to go before they get to their floor of what Jaden Greathouse is.
I agree. Like I feel like, and I know there's some questions about, first year contributors at some point in this podcast. And I mean, for me, like I know what Jaden's going to be the minute he steps on campus, in my opinion, and it's going to be a really good football player. Like that's just the point blank to it, So I think right now he is the best player out of the wide receivers in the class. Not as high as ceiling, but he is the best football player, no doubt.
Tommy has another question here, and it's which 2023 recruit will end up declaring first for the draft? Okay, I don't know who it's going to be, but I'm going to tell you who I hope it is. Right? So offensively, I hope that it's one of the receivers, right? Because that means they came in and they dominated in their stars. And it also means if the receivers are playing great, it means the quarterbacks are playing really well, and it means the offense is scoring a lot of points. That's what it means. Okay. Defensively, my hope for who leaves early is one of 2 people. Peyton Bowen, which means he would stay in the class. And if it's not Peyton Bowen, my number 2 hope, you're going to get a kick out of this, Ryan, it's Boubacar Traore. Because if the light goes on for Boubacar, he could be a star. He is a significantly better high school version of Adetokunbo Ogundiji, meaning very raw, very toolsy. It's just that Boubacar is going to show up to college as big as Adi was as a senior in college. That's the difference. So if the light goes on for him, he could be a 3-and-done guy. I don't think that's the case. I'm not predicting it because I would never be I would rarely ever say, like Keon, I would have said, no, predict Keon's going to be a 3-and-done. But it's a rare thing. I'm not saying it's going to happen, Ryan, but I'm saying that's my hope. Because if that happens, it probably means this kid, the light goes on really quickly, and all that tools that you and I love and drool over with Boubacar turn into production in a hurry, and he's a 3-year guy.
Yeah, I mean, Peyton Bowen was the first one that popped in my mind as far as the defense, because I just think that he has that profile, right? Like it would make sense that he's that guy. Another guy I thought about, and this is a little bit off the radar, I guess, is Micah Bell, just because I think Micah Bell is, whenever he comes out, is going to turn heads at the combine, man. Like, can you imagine this show that Micah Bell is going to put on? Because I think one thing we don't talk about with Bell is, straight line speed is stupid. Like, we know that. He's also a 24-plus foot long jumper. Like, he's going to jump out of the gym. He's going to run fast. So if he's a kid that maybe can get a little traction early and then he's going to test to that degree, maybe he's a guy that flirts with it. I don't know. Like, again, this is a lot of projection. Offensively, Charles Jagasaw was the one that popped in my head, but doesn't Charles just seem like a guy that would stay 4 years just because he's that type of dude? So
and he's just too close to his degree. Yeah,
exactly. But in my mind, though, I'm like, 2024, maybe he's got the inside track after Joe Alt leaves to being the starting left tackle. And
Jeremiah Love's another one that I thought about too.
It's a good one. Jeremiah Love's a good
Just
one.
because the
Especially
nature of
running back
backs.
position.
Yeah.
Yeah. Running back position's big time. No doubt about it. But I mean, Charles was one I was thought about, but then I came back to wide receiver. Whoever that is that Braylon James? Is it Jaden Greathouse? I don't know. But regardless, if a guy's good enough to leave as a junior or a third-year player at the wide receiver position, that's showing you that the wide receiver group is starting to trend in the right direction. So I think we're on the same page on that end, the side of the football.
Good stuff. Let's get to this next question here. Really, really good stuff coming here, everybody. Benjamin Carchi says, which 23 recruit do you think can have an immediate impact on the Irish roster? I would imagine it's going to be more than just one guy. But Ryan, if you had to pick one guy of the guys that are currently in the class, who pick one on, because I kind of like doing it that way, one on offense, one on defense. So pick one on offense, one on defense, and you think will have the most immediate impact based on who's in the class. Because look, we could sit there and say we're not going to count Peyton Bowen. The reality is he is not decommitted.
Yep.
And I don't think he has. I'll just leave it. He hasn't decommitted. Now I don't think. I'll say this. There's a lot of talk about in the chat about, well, he hasn't decommitted yet. He hasn't decommitted yet. I don't think he will. And that doesn't mean that I'm guaranteeing he's going to. I'm saying is I don't think he's going to decommit at this point. I think if he's going to pick Oklahoma, he's just going to sign with Oklahoma and just do that. I don't think there's going to be a formal decommitment because I don't think he wants to tell either. I don't think he wants to tell either side that he's not going there. I think now he's going to make a decision, and for all we know, he made a decision a while ago. I don't know the answer. He just doesn't want to tell the other side. And that's why I'm really reserved on saying too much about this, because I think that Peyton has a great relationship with both staffs. He has people he cares about going to both schools. I just don't think he wants to tell that group of people no until he just has to. And so, no, I don't expect a formal decommitment from him. It could happen, but I don't expect it. I think if he's going to pick Oklahoma, he'll just sign with Oklahoma. And I think he'll tell the Notre Dame staff, and we might get word of it, or he may tell the Oklahoma staff, and then they'll definitely get word of it because they'll tell people. But I don't think he's going to decommit. So until that moment happens, he's committed to Notre Dame. I believe, Ryan, on his Twitter page, he still has himself listed as a Notre Dame commit, correct?
Yep.
So, committed to the University of Notre Dame. So we're going to talk about him today like he's still in the class. And I don't want to be disrespectful and say he's not. Jaden Lamar is a different story because once he visited Oregon, that was his unofficial way of decommitting. That's what Notre Dame told him. Look, you're decommitted if you go to that if you go on that visit. And he went on the visit. That's a different situation. Peyton never went on an official visit anywhere. So anyway, I just wanted to set that premise for this answer and then a lot of the other answers about 23. The reason I don't want to just say, no, we're not going to talk about Peyton Bowen.
Right.
We're grown-ups.
Why? I mean, and he's defensively, he's the easy answer, right? I mean, could you convince me that a corner maybe gets into the a little bit of a rotation? Sure. Could it be another safety that gets into rotation as well? Possibly. A defensive lineman maybe that gets into that
Devin
conversation.
Houston, Brennan Vernon. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
Boubacar,
I think all those guys have the possibility, but I think Peyton's the clearest one because you do need an influx and an injection of playmaking ability at the safety position. You need that, right? And Peyton Bowen is a 5-star recruit. He's a top 20 player nationally. So he is a kid that I believe will come in and will make an impact if he signs with Notre Dame. That's the point blank period to it. So I think that's the easy answer. Offensively, pick your wide receiver. I'm going to pick Jaden Greathouse because that's, again, I think that he's the most college-ready player today to come in and be that guy. But I could see Braylon James having a role. I could see Rico Flores having a role. I could see Caleb Smith having a role. I could see all those guys having a role. I think the wild card, honestly, Brian, and he's not an early enrollee, so it's going to be tougher. But, I mean, Charles Jagasaw has an opportunity. There's a couple of guard spots that are open, man. And could he be that guy that plays a lot of guard early on in his career and then transitions to tackle as guys graduate? I don't think that it's unrealistic. I think that could happen.
It's funny, we talked about this last year and we were like, hey, I don't, because he wasn't an early enrollee, I'm not sure if Benjamin Moore, and I think we kind of fell victim to that whole mantra. It was our sort of conditioning. We like to think of ourselves as better than that. We're better than the people that have allowed themselves to be conditioned by Brian Kelly and the early enrollee thing. And then Marcus Freeman, to a degree, had talked a lot about, well, he's not an early enrollee. But who was the best freshman Notre Dame had this year? This kid who was not an early enrollee, right? And the corner who struggled this year was the kid who was here all spring.
Sure.
And so you look at that, and it is kind of funny how that ended up panning out. How the best freshman they had was not a kid that was on campus all year. And so, but lineman is a tad different. So when you said he's not early, I kind of chuckled, and I was like, okay, let's see where he goes with this one. Lineman's a little bit different. Because that is just so much more technical work involved in that than there is in others. So,
and he would also, in this conversation, Charles would also be playing a position he's never played before, right? He's been a right tackle, he's been a left tackle. He hasn't played guard, so it would be a completely new nuance to play in that position if he did make that transition.
Yep. Fascinating question here, Ryan, from Indy Estimate Trucking LLC. That's hilarious, by the way. In your opinion, does paying recruits with NIL, the way they are being paid before they even play a game, hinder the development or desire in some situations, or could you see that being an issue? Absolutely. Absolutely.
I talked about that with the Texas A&M thing last year, right? And I do think that it can be a hindrance. Is it always going to be the case? Not necessarily, but I do think that there is something to be said about if a player gets that. And again, I hate that we call everything NIL in this bucket, right? Because this isn't NIL. This is pay for play. Correct. We're really talking about. This is improper benefits. This is not NIL. But when a player gets upfront money, I do think in some instances, and this isn't just high school recruits, college players, this is NFL players too. When you get a big payday, sometimes guys pack it in a little bit and they don't work as hard. That's just, we've seen it. Like Albert Hainsworth, when he signed with the then Washington Redskins, right? He was a dominant player the year before with Tennessee. He gets that big payday. He packed it in. He didn't work hard anymore. And I think that stuff happens. It's happened college-wise. It's happened NFL-wise. I mean, Jadeveon Clowney, his last year at South Carolina, he knew that he was having a big payday was coming. Don't think he worked as hard. I mean, that's just my opinion. I watched him play, and I just think that he took some plays off. So I think that it absolutely can hurt the development. Definitely the desire. No doubt about that, because if a guy has $2 million, let's say, or $3 million or whatever mil in their back pocket, they know that there's, they have something to fall back on. They don't have to put out everything because it's not a do or you don't succeed situation anymore. You have that money in your back pocket already. So the NFL isn't the end all be all for some players at that point. So I do think that has a factor into this. And I think it can be a deterrence for some players to hit their potential and to be as advantageous and as aggressive as they are from their development perspective and be trying to get to the best possible results. Because I think that it does make people complacent at times. And so I think money does a lot.
Yep. I'm going to give you something fascinating here, Ryan, for recruiting rankings debate. From 2010 to 2019, a span of 10 years, 10 classes, Notre Dame had a higher ranked class than Clemson 7 times. The years that Clemson had a higher ranked class were, let's see here, 2015 was the first time that Clemson had a higher ranked class during that stretch. That meant the kids that were on that team that went and played for a title that beat Notre Dame were all freshmen. Deshaun. So I said earlier that Trevor Lawrence's class was not top 10. Their class was 7th. It was Deshaun Watson's class that was ranked 16th. 16th. Wow. The other years were 2016. And then, I'm sorry, did I get that wrong? So higher. Notre Dame was higher. I'm sorry. Oh, the other one was 2018, that freshman class with Trevor Lawrence. But in the years that Notre Dame ranked lower, it was always close. Not in 15, Clemson was 9, Notre Dame was 13. In 16, Clemson was 11, Notre Dame was 15. And in 18, Clemson was 7 and Notre Dame was 10. There were years that Notre Dame was significantly higher than Clemson. In 2013, Notre Dame's class ranked 5th. Clemson's class ranked 15th. Now, if you take out Eddie Vanderdoes, Notre Dame maybe drops a spot or 2. And actually, no, 24/7 already took Vanderdoes out because they were 3rd with Vanderdoes. So taking out Vanderdoes drops into 5th. 5th to 15th, 11 to 16 in 2014, 10 to 16 in 2017. And then, Clemson also finished higher 4 times. I'm sorry. The 19 class also is higher. Point being, Notre Dame, up until the time that Clemson started dominating, Notre Dame had a better ranked recruiting classes than them every single year, with the exception of the freshman class in 2015. Everyone. And that was a gap between 9 and 13. And so, again, evidence that recruiting rankings don't – Clemson never finished higher than 5th prior to 2019. Never finished higher than 7th. They had already won a title and played for another before their highest ranked class in a decade showed up. That was the Trevor Lawrence class. They had to win a title and play for another before they could get a class to finish that high. Notre Dame during that period of time had a 5 and a 9. So Clemson had 1, 2, 3, 4 top 10 classes in that 10-year period. Notre Dame had 1, 2, 3, 4 top 10 classes during that period. Notre Dame had a higher ranked class than Clemson 6 out of those 10 years. And the first 5, all of them. It wasn't until after Clemson won. And this was true at Alabama to a degree as well, which we've talked about. It wasn't until after Alabama started to win that they started to really dominate recruiting. Like that first class in like 08 when they had that really nice Sugar Bowl run, that was a really good class. And then they started recruiting well. But like the majority of the veterans on their team that won in 09 came from much lower ranked classes. They were low-star kids. Eric Anders was like a 2-star. Corey, what was the kid's name? Corey Reamer, I think was the other kid. He was a 2-star. I think Javier Arenas and Kareem Jackson, one was a 2-star, one was a 3-star. They had a lot of kids like that. Brandon Diedrich was a very low-ranked kid. So they had a lot of kids like that on that roster. Greg McElroy was not exactly a high-name recruit. Mark Ingram wasn't exactly like Trent Richardson as a recruit, even though he won their first Heisman ever. He wasn't a top 25 kind of guy. Yeah, like you had those guys, the Julio Joneses and the players like that, but they didn't dominate the roster they did in later years. And now that would have changed because back then they would have just bumped the rankings up, once those kids committed to Bama. But I just want to kind of point that out and make that argument to back up the argument. Like, this isn't just me talking out of my, what I may be, but like my opinion comes from analysis. It comes from having observed this over the years and seeing kids all of a sudden just skyrocket and other kids fall when there's no new data. Like Brandon Vernon is a perfect example. Months went by and his stock just plummeted, but he did nothing. There was no camps he was at. There was no new film. There was nothing new to cause him to drop 60, 70, 80 spots. The only thing that changed about Brandon Vernon was he committed to Notre Dame. That's it. That's it. And then you see these other kids skyrocket up the rankings, and you're like, based on what? Did you just now watch his film? And if that's true, why did you have him ranked somewhere in the first place? Sure. All that's changed is he's committed to Georgia or Ohio State or Alabama or whatever. There's no new data to back up you moving this kid. None.
Or how about you? Drake Bowen continues to drop in rankings, and he just won the Buckus Award.
Right. Has a monster year and drops. Jaden Osbury goes toe-to-toe with Arch Manning, dominates him, best player in the field that day, and then drops in the rankings of it's just like, okay, whatever. I mean, it's like there's no method or madness, and it's why I just don't care. It's an entertainment thing now. There's far too many. And then I just heard, wait till you guys hear the announcement of who's going to be running 247's scouting department moving forward.
Oh no,
that's going to be fun. It's going to be hilarious. I'll tell you after the show, Ryan, because I don't know if it's public or not yet, but it's hilarious, absolutely hilarious. So anyway,
I think I have a guess already, but I can't wait to hear it.
And that's not who you think it is. Yeah, but we'll discuss it. Yeah. Lance Hab says, how many of the expected signees are going to be early enrollees and here for spring practice? So that would be excluding Peyton Bowen, although I still hope he's in the class. Well, I mean, look, as we said, we're going to still count him in the class until he's not in the class anymore. Yep. But Kenny Minchie is an early enrollee. Yep. Jeremiah Love is not.
He's not.
Of the wide receivers, I believe 3 of the 4, I think the only one that is not is Caleb Smith.
Caleb Smith is not, correct.
Right.
Cooper Flanagan
is
is
not.
not.
Right. The only
Sam
offensive
Pendleton.
he's the only offensive lineman, I believe,
That's correct.
that will be an early enrollee.
Yep.
Defensive line wise, I think Devin Houston is the only defensive lineman that'll be an early enrollee.
Mm-hmm.
And I confirmed with him last night that he'll be an early enrollee.
Yep.
All 3 of the linebackers are going to be early enrollees. And then 4 of the 5 DBs will be early enrollees. The only DB that I don't believe is going to be enrolled early is Micah Bell.
Correct.
So that is the list of early enrollees. Correct, Ryan? I think we have that right.
You got it.
All right, good one.
And no Brandon Hillman, right? I don't believe he is.
And I don't believe he is either.
No.
Yeah, I don't believe he is either.
I always forget about him because he's just like in his own category.
Yes, yes, because I'm going position by position. And it's like, oh, yeah. So, like, last night, Angela's making the card. She's like, okay, do I have all the position groups in there? I'm like, yeah, quarterback, yeah, you got them all. And then, like, she's like halfway through, and I'm like, oh, by the way, I need you to add a new one, ATH. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay.
He makes it tough to do all those like ranked positions and stuff. I'm like, I guess I can include Hillman in running back or safety or rover or wherever.
Get back to me in a couple of years, and I'll let you know how the grades are for that group, because we'll find out where Brandon Hillman ends up. I literally change my mind every day. There's some days, man, I really love him as a downhill safety. And other days, I'm like, I love this kid at rover. And other days, I'm like, I'd really like to give this kid a shot at receiver. And man, this kid might be a running back. I literally change my mind every day. The one thing that doesn't change my mind, I want that kid running down on kickoffs and punts every single game he plays in at Notre Dame.
Well, I think we talked about that yesterday on the recruiting hour, but I mean, he's going to be Brian Mason's best friend very early in his career, in my opinion, as a coverage unit guy. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Benjamin Carchi also asks, who is your breakout player for offense, defense, and special teams in the bowl game and next season? So next season, we'll get to that down the road, Benjamin. There's a lot we have to see first between now and then. But let's go bowl game, Ryan. Who do you see as a breakout player for Notre Dame on offense, defense, and special teams?
Yeah, I mean, offense, I've said this one a couple of times, but I'm going to stick with it, is Holden Stace. I think is a kid that has an opportunity to do some good stuff in the bowl game. You know, him and Mitchell Evans are the only two healthy tight ends on the roster right now. So I think he's going to get increased level of opportunity. Defensively, Brian, I've kind of gone back and forth on this one. But I'm actually going to go with Jordan Patelho. I think he's a guy that I think if he gets opportunities, I mean, he's had some production when he's had opportunities, obviously. He's a very gifted football player. And I anticipate without Isaiah Foskey in this game, Jordan's going to get opportunities at Viper, right? And I think he has the athleticism where he can take advantage and have opportunities against that offensive line that is not the most quick-footed of all time in South Carolina. So give me Jordan Patello on defense. Give me Holden Stace on offense. Special teams-wise, that's a tough one. I mean, are we going to see somebody different? I mean, that's my biggest, are we going to see somebody different? I mean, we're going to see the same kicker. We're going to see the same punter, same long snapper. Returners should stay relatively the same. So
Chris
I don't know if
he's taking a kickback to the. No, I'm just joking.
Exactly.
That would shock me against a Shane Beamer coach special teams unit, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I guess it's a cop out, but
Yeah,
I don't really.
Everybody already kind of broke out already on special teams.
Exactly. For real though. Yeah. I guess it's whoever's the next guy to block a punt, because we've had Patelho, Kaiser, Foskey. So.
And Prince Collie blocked one.
And then one too.
Another one he scooped and scored. So yeah.
Right. So we'll say, whoever the next guy is to block a punt. I don't know who that's going to be. So
Tyler has a great response here. Ryan said Brian likes something from ESPN. Hell froze over. Very, very, very true.
It's very true.
Very, very true. Here's a good one from DMND13. He says, yes, let's answer this one. And I forgot there's a super chat down there that I want to get to. Who are the position coaches that you trust the most on the evaluations of recruits? I think I'd have to say Mickens and Heastan, followed by McCullough and O'Leary. Can I just say this real quick? Yep. The depth of which this answer will be given as far as number of coaches is so much better today than it was 3 years ago.
Sure.
Seriously. Like even Clark Lee, I didn't trust in evaluations. First of all, because he relied too much on other people. And I felt like he was way too focused on traits and not nearly as focused enough on can this kid play football or not. And so, great coach, but not a great evaluator and an okay recruiter. But yeah, so it's a much longer list, Ryan. So let's go
Yeah.
offense first. Who are the coaches that you look at right now and say, man, I really trust that guy's evaluations?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of these questions about trust comes from a sample size, right? So, I mean, Chancey Stuckey's starting to win me over, but I've only seen it for one cycle, for instance, right? I mean, I think that for me, it's got to be Harry Heastand, right? Like that's the guy immediately that you say that's the guy. So, I mean,
Right.
offensively, I would say Harry Heastand, and then Dylan McCullough would probably be second for me as far because those guys have track records. You know, they've been around. You've seen them recruit at a high level. You've seen them develop as well. I mean, you've seen Dylan McCullough find a kid like a Tevin Coleman, for instance, right? And then turn him from a 3-star into one of the best running backs in college football. So I think I would go with Harry Heastand, followed by Dylan McCullough offensively.
Hard to argue with that on
Mhm.
offense. I will say this: it's Jared Parker I can't answer that one.
Yeah.
Like he showed up and it was kind of like, well, they already had their 2023 tight end figured out. I will
Mhm.
say this: finding Carter Nelson and was an interesting one, but I just need to see him go through a full cycle first before I can comment on him.
Yep.
I was pleasantly surprised with the evaluations of Chancey Stuckey this year,
Mhm.
not just
Mhm.
with who they're getting, but there were some other things that I heard behind the scenes about who he liked better than other guys. I'm like, okay, I kind of like that. Like he wasn't going with the more highly ranked guy. There were some really highly ranked kids that if I told you that the Notre Dame staff really wasn't that high on that guy, you'd be like, get out of here. But I'm like, I think they're right though. So it really liked Caleb Smith. He was one of the guys that really wanted to make that push for Caleb Smith late in the process. You know, he was a guy that was like, hey, as soon as he got here, got to get Braylon James and Jane Greathouse. Right now, Chad Bowden was right there with him. Right, those two guys, from
Sure.
what I understand, see eye to eye on a lot of things from a recruiting receiver standpoint. But like, just like Tayshawn Lyons, and he liked
Mhm.
him a lot early and liked him more than some of the other highly ranked guys. And so now I didn't agree with everything that Coach Stuckey thought from a receiver standpoint. He wasn't very high on Ronan Hannafin. I disagree with that, but you're always going to have that, right? And if you find
Sure.
yourself never disagreeing with someone, you should rethink things.
Mhm.
But he gets an asterisk for me because I got to go through more than one cycle.
Exactly.
But I really liked his evaluations this year. Well, not just with the kids they landed, but just in general, some other kids. So he's in that conversation for me. And man, look, we talked a lot about what would a Tommy Rees offense look like without Brian Kelly, and I still don't think we know the answer to that because of certain circumstances that kind of came about this year. I'm
Mhm.
not absolving Coach Rees of that, but I'll say this: you can't deny that quarterback recruiting looked a lot different when Tommy was given full control. You know, not just the Dante Moore thing, but the Kenny Minchie, CJ Carr, guys that now CJ might seem like an obvious one, but Tommy decided on him early, like
Yeah.
really early.
Mhm.
And so far, I'm like, having talked to some different sources about kind of who he ranked in that after Dante conversation, was like, okay, well, if this is how it plays out, then I can dig that. And having talked to some sources about how he felt about Jackson Arnold and some of the other guys that I wasn't super high on. So this is partly because you're asking me my opinion. Well, I'm going to tend to think coaches that are good evaluations that either A, have results that speak for themselves, which is or guys that maybe don't have the track record that tend to agree with me a lot. I mean, that's the only way I can base it. I can't, if I think one thing and this guy always thinks something else and there's no evidence to prove who's right or wrong, I'm going to have to look at it based on my opinion. So he's another guy that I'm curious to see how that pans out. Defensively, I don't know if I could even go with Chris O'Leary on that one right now. I mean, he didn't sign a single safety last year, and I don't believe that the Minich one, for example, was necessarily all him.
Mhm.
Same with the Don. It was kind of like they earned scholarships at camps with all eyes on them.
Right.
So it's a little bit different. He's got a lot to prove to me.
Mhm.
Very bright future, very young still. but he's got a lot to prove to me from
Mhm.
a evaluation standpoint. But Mickens on defense for sure. The rest of the staff, I'm not very high on right now defensively.
It's TBD.
Yeah,
TBD on a lot of
TBD
them.
for
Yeah.
O'Leary. Al Washington, I'm not a fan of what I've seen so far.
Which I mean, yeah, I mean you can't be, and that's the really weird one, right, Brian? Because like that was one guy that we thought was going to be a dynamite recruiter because he has that reputation. And I know there's some asterisks next to his resume because he struck gold in Ohio. Well, coached at Ohio State. I mean, that's kind of it's not incredibly hard to recruit the state of Ohio when you coach at Ohio State, right? But he has a reputation coming in as a dynamic recruiter. He had some misses this cycle, right? Like you can't get around that. Like lost Keon Keeley, didn't close the deal with Jason Moore, not Dante Moore. It was a tough cycle for Moores in the Notre Dame fandom, but he's got a lot to prove. There's no doubt about it. I mean, if Chris O'Leary lands Peyton Bowen and they sign tomorrow, then you say 3-man safety class is dynamic. But to your point, was it all Chris O'Leary? Which you have to kind of talk about a little bit.
And I'm not saying it's not, because from everything so like one thing, for example, that I was told is very early on, Chris O'Leary for sure felt that Peyton Bowen was better than Caleb Downs. I was told that very early on. And at the time, I didn't agree with it. But they had seen him up close at camp. They had watched the film, and it was more so they thought his ceiling was higher because he was a little smaller and Caleb was a little bit more developed. But I was told very early that if Notre Dame could only pick one, they would take Peyton Bowen. I swear to you, I was told that really early. And at the time, I didn't agree with it. Well, now you look at it and say, well, I get that. Now, I don't know if I'd say Peyton's definitely better than Caleb. I think they're both great. They're kind of different safeties. But it's a conversation now, whereas when I first heard that, I was like, for me, for what I know, having not seen him at camp, just looking off sophomore film, it wasn't close for me. Peyton Bowen was a top 50 to 75 kid at the time. Now, you could see the tools, right? You and I sat here, and when he committed Notre Dame, we said, look, this kid's not there yet as a 5-star. But, man, if the light goes on as a senior, he will be, because the tools were enormous, where Caleb Downs was already there. But they were able to look at Peyton even earlier than we did and said, no, that's the dude we want. True story. True story. That told me something a little bit. And it wasn't just Chris O'Leary, again, but he was on that train of feeling that. So that told me something. But I need to see it more than just one class. Because last year's safety evaluations had me shaking my head and puzzled. Not just recruiting, execution. Because the whole thing with Xavier Nwankpa was just an unfortunate situation that in some ways was in their control and in other ways wasn't in their control. But just some of the evaluations in last year's safety hall were kind of like, not with you guys on that one. Not really sure I'm with you on that one. So we'll have to see. But I thought he was part of a staff evaluation that did a really good job, and including Ben Minich, who you and I were not super in love with when they first went after. Like, oh, okay, I'll trust your judgment was kind of my response to some people that I reached out to. I'll trust y'all's judgment, but I got to see it. And well, then what happened? Went out in the fall, Ryan, and he proved it. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
We were ahead of the curve on that one. No doubt.
There's a lot more coaches on this staff I'll give the benefit of the doubt to than were here 2 years ago.
Sure.
I'll say that for sure, because this would have been a very short conversation. It would have been like two years ago. It would have been like Mike Elston. So anyway, on to the next question here. And whoever the tight ends coach was, right? McNulty or whoever. But like that would have been the extent of the conversation. That would have been it. That would have been it. Benjamin Carchi asks, is in your I'm sorry, Benjamin, I will get to that, but I did promise I was going to bring up some of the super chats that we have down here. We have one from Matt Lass, and then Zach Martin also has one that Zach I'm going to get to next. Hypothetically, thank you, Matt, for the super chat. Hypothetically, if Peyton were to we already got to that one.
This one.
Yeah, it was the Zach Martin one here. Here we go, Zach. Thank you very much. It says one nice thing that's happened is elite talent that would otherwise sit and wait at the Bamas are transferring. They will get a few high-level guys, but overall the talent is being spread around. Thoughts? I don't agree with that. I don't. Number one, there's a lot of highly ranked kids at Alabama last year that are still at Alabama. There's a lot of that aren't playing. There's a lot of highly ranked kids at other schools like Georgia and Ohio State. They're not transferring. They're still there. So Alabama's losing veteran players in a lot of instances who are kind of getting pushed, and then some other receivers that are leaving. The receiver thing is weird to me. I don't know what's behind that one.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, but here's the thing. They're countering that with getting other people's best players. So I don't think the talent's getting spread around. I don't. If anything, it's going to start getting pulled in a smaller direction because now Arizona produces a big-time receiver last year, leads the Pac-12 in receiving yards. What does he do? Transfers to USC.
Yeah.
You know, team like Pitt produces a big-time receiver. They haven't done that since what? Like Larry Fitzgerald, Antonio Bryant back in the day, right? What happens? Bam, he transfers to USC. Georgia Tech produces a really good all-around running back. I think he's a tad overrated, but what happens? Transfers to Alabama. Vanderbilt has a nice, left tackle they developed over a period of years. What's he do? Transfers to Alabama. Georgia wins a national freaking championship, and their leading receiver decides to transfer to Alabama. And boy, I bet he's regretting that decision now. And I said, nope, no, he's not, because he didn't leave for winning. He left for that. And Georgia's still winning with Lad freaking McConkey, right? So I just find it funny that Georgia is now winning the Alabama way, while Alabama's losing, trying to be this high octane type of team, scoring a lot of points, but not winning like they used to. So and Georgia's winning the way that Alabama used to. I just find that fascinating, absolutely fascinating. But I don't. I think the talent's getting spread out a little bit in high school with high school recruiting. I do think there's a lot more spreading out. I think Miami and Tennessee and Notre Dame and teams like that are starting to take more of those players. UCLA just if NIL is not a thing, is Dante Moore at UCLA? I don't think so.
Right.
I think he's in the Midwest. So I do think that the talent is being spread out more, Zach, at the high school level, more so than the portal level, in my opinion.
And I think in the portal there's a small bucket of teams that are really succeeding heavily because of the transfer portal, right? Like there's destinations that teams know that's, where you're going to go. I mean, for the most part, though, the kids that are leaving, the Alabamas that maybe haven't played a ton or, going to different schools, but they weren't succeeding at Alabama, right? Like they weren't heavily producing. Alabama's going to bring in another guy that is going to produce at a higher level. So I think that it's just about, I don't think there's as much parity as people are acting. I think maybe it's parity at the top, I guess, if you want to say like, the Alabamas, the Georgias, this small group of teams that are kind of benefiting off of it, but I don't think it's definitely not a widespread parity for sure.
Next question. Those good questions. I think there's another super chat down there from Milton Fan. Thank you for that. By the way, Zach. Super chat here from Milton Fan. Do you suspect a lot of folks get jail time for NIL violations in the coming years? No one's going to get jail time for NIL violations. It's not illegal criminally. It's illegal by the rules of the institution. It's not a criminal thing. I will not be shocked if at some point in time some booster or a player ends up in jail. The player would end up in jail for going 4 years without paying his taxes because either A, he's not savvy enough to know all those intricacies, and I would have not known all of that as an 18-year-old freshman, or B, he gets taken advantage of by some scumbag who tells him, oh, no, we take care of your taxes, when in reality they were just embezzling his money, and he's the one that gets in trouble for it, right? That could happen if this doesn't get fixed quickly. The other thing that's going to happen is you're going to have some guy that's just committing fraud, that's just using NIL as a way to create some fund, some collective that he's just and then just embezzles it, or he's skimming off the top or something like that. That I think will happen, Ryan. That'll happen, but that's not an NIL violation. That's just you being a criminal and using these NIL things as your pathway to being a criminal, right? Those are the things that I think could happen. So some director of some fund is going to go to jail in the next 10 years for cheating the fund, or you know what I mean, or scheming it or something, because it happens all the time in these type of things, right? So much of this stuff is just pure corruption. Like the National Labor Board trying to get involved with USC players. They're doing that again. Remember they did this with Northwestern? And oh no, we're doing it for the kid. No, you don't give a crap about these kids. You want your unions, from what I understand, reading different unions are losing people, right? Because the workforce is smaller, right? Well, I'm not paying union dues if I'm unemployed, right? So where do you get this mass influx of thousands of workers who have to pay union dues? College athletes. Bam, right there, thousands of new. And now these kids are going to be making big amounts of dollars. And why do some of these governors want that? Man, if we got 2 major football programs in our state, 85 kids on scholarship, there's going to be millions of dollars coming to these kids. We're going to tax that. You know what I mean? That's happening. Oh, we're looking out for the kids. No, you're not. Just be honest. I just wish people be honest. And because here's the thing, you may think you want to be an employee, but just as I'll say all the time, these kids are about to have a harsh reality of employees can get fired. People say, well, coaches can leave whenever they want. No, they can't. Every single coach, there's some sort of buyout to leave one job to another. You don't just go, I think I'm going to go coach over there. There's a buyout involved. You have to pay, in a lot of instances, millions of dollars to get that coach out of his contract, right? So sure, if a kid wants to say, okay, cool, I'll leave, but I got to give my money back, or I got to give a portion of my money back, then sure, let him transfer whenever he wants. If you want to say it's like the coaches, then make it like the coaches, where if I want to get a kid out of the transfer portal, I got to pay a buyout fee. See how that goes. And it's got to come out of, sort of what you're doing too, right? You want to get out of the deal that we agreed to? Cool. Just know that there's consequences to that. That's what happens with employees. Just so y'all know, that's what happens with employees. And a lot of these kids don't realize that. And here's the thing. What happens if a coach goes, look, Dan Mullen is in the SEC championship. A year later, he's fired. Let me rephrase that. In 1 year, he's in the SEC championship. A half a season later, he's fired. Okay, so is that what y'all want for yourselves? Okay, cool. Let's do it. And then see what happens, right? That's not good for young people, man. It's just...
There's going to be a lot of stories. There's going to be a lot of stories. I mean, because there's going to be a lot of players that are going to be, in a couple of years, they're going to be spouting and bringing up that they weren't given what they were promised for. And then you're going to be like, but you were promised improper benefits. And then there's going to be an investigation, and there's going to be this, and it's going to be, people call it the Wild West, man. It is like, it is I can't even wrap my mind around it, Brian. Like, there's just going to be so many stories, man. There's going to be so many stories. There's going to be so many players that are taken advantage of. There's going to be so many things that you're going to hear out there, and you're just going to kind of make sense of it. And I mean, who are we going to blame at that point? You always come back to the same thing, right? The NCAA didn't do anything to help anybody, right? Like, they didn't put any regulations. They didn't put any stipulations. Like, it is just people trying to figure it out day in and day out, and we're using it as a scapegoat of why they're doing the actions that they are. That's where we are with this conversation, and it is just very unfortunate because I feel like it is tarnishing the game of college football, because it's now getting a little bit – people talk more about the corruption than the actual game on Saturdays, and it's just – it's wild, man. Absolutely wild.
Well, to your point, Ryan, you're talking to 2 pro NIL guys. But Ryan says this every time. This isn't NIL. It's not. It's pay for play.
Yep.
And that's different than NIL. And if you're not playing, I'm not paying you.
Right.
Simple as that. So, what are you going to do? Sue a guy for not paying you something that he illegally offered you and you illegally accepted in the first place? You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Just wait for the first player that is a complete bust of a recruit that got promised multi-million dollars, and a school's like, you know what? You weren't worth $5 million. You weren't worth it, so you're not going to get it. And then that player's going to be very upset, right? But what is he going to do about that? What are you going to do about it?
He can just transfer someone else. Okay, sure. But he just lost a year development.
Yes. And there's no guarantees that you're going to get the money that you were initially promised at the next school because you haven't produced. So what is your backing? You don't have a backing at that point.
Yep. Next one here is from Tommy Guns. This is going to be a pretty quick answer for me. Tommy Guns says, why is Frosted Flakes with chocolate milk the best cereal combination?
Never had it.
Same here. Never had it. So I don't know why, Tommy. You tell us. I think Cocoa Puffs is pretty legit if you're looking for the chocolate milk combination because it's the Cocoa Puffs turn it into chocolate milk.
I'll say this. I actually really like Frosted Flakes. I also love chocolate milk, but I've never had the urge to put the two together.
Agree.
So I don't
agree. Just like, remember when they came out with the chocolate flavored Frosted Flakes a while back? Yeah.
Never had them.
No, thanks. Hard pass. Hard pass. All right, let's get to some more here. A lot of good questions here today. Bowl game. Is the bowl game a show me game from Benjamin Carchi? In your opinion, is the bowl game a show me game for Tommy Rees? Wanted to get your thoughts. Ryan, I'll let you kick off.
I mean, I think that there's to a degree, right? Like, I don't think it's trying to put this in the best possible way I can. I think that it's a big opportunity for Coach Rees because there's going to be, he's going to get the quarterback back that he began the year with, that he was excited about, right? That everyone around the program was excited about. You're going to have Tobias Merriweather back healthy after missing the last couple games with a concussion. You're going to have Deion Colsey now, who was injured to begin the year, and a guy that you are now becoming a more dependable target. You have a running game going. You have an offensive line that's playing at a high level. So I think, yes, to a degree it is, because I think that you now have more – there's less question marks than there was at other points in the season, right? You don't have Michael Mayer. We agree. Yes, it's a big loss. But you still have talented players at the position. You have more certainty at the wide receiver position than you had to begin the season, in my opinion. Your running backs are a more proven commodity at this point. Your offensive line is playing better, and you have your quarterback back. So I think it is a proving game to a certain degree. I don't think it's the end-all, be-all, but I do think it's a big opportunity for Coach Rees to show that when he has things in place, that he can be a play caller and can be a successful strategist at that position. So I think it to a degree. I just don't think it's the end-all, be-all for me.
So people are talking about – well, I'll give my answer to this as well. Is it a show-me game? Yes. Is it a show-me game from the standpoint in which I am interpreting this comment as in like if he doesn't show you, then he's got to go? No. A bowl game for me should never be that unless it's your final straw, and that's not where Tommy Rees is. I think this bowl game is an opportunity for him to show if he can kind of take another step. Can you maybe, I don't say learn from mistakes, but like learn from how the season went? Who did what well, who didn't do what well? Do you self-scout effectively in this bowl time? Do you game plan effectively? Do you show a better usage of Tyler Buckner now that you have a better understanding of who your team is? Because before it was kind of like you're trying to build a team around Tyler and you just weren't sure what that team was going to be. Now you know what your team is, and now you're fitting Tyler into it. It's a whole different thing. And so how does he do that? But at the end of the day, let's just say Tommy Rees comes out and just rips up South Carolina. Okay. But does it really matter a ton? Yeah, it does. In recruiting, it'll be good. You can kind of spend the whole, hey, look, once we finally got healthy, got our quarterback back, we went out and did this and this and this against South Carolina. If that were to happen, for argument's sake. But if you go out next year in September and you're scoring 25 points a game again, nobody gives a rip about what you did in the bowl game. Let's just say their offense is just okay in the bowl game. It's win 27-24. It's okay, but it doesn't blow you away. Then they come out September. They've made some adjustments. The guys have gotten better. Whatever happens to quarterback, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A year or two of Harry Easton offensive line. And all of a sudden, Notre Dame's running 44 points, scoring 44 points a game. Does anybody give a crap that it struggled in the bowl game? Right? So to me, Benjamin, to your point is, it's a show-me game as part of a bigger evaluation. It's not a show-me game from last chance situation. It's not in that regard. It's more for me about momentum and learning about how he views this team now that certain pieces are fitting together effectively.
Agree.
At this point in time. Next question, Irish blooded. says, as surprising as the secondary was this year from last, which group with this class do you expect to make the biggest jump from this year to next? That's in it. So basically, by adding the 23 class to the roster, like we did with the secondary last year, which group of players will make the biggest jump from 22 to 23? I have an answer, Ryan. I want to hear if yours is the same.
Yeah, wide receiver is the one for me.
Yep.
It is, because I think that you're finally going to see Tobias Merriweather healthy with Deion Colsey, so you get to see that kind of skyscraper feel outside. Jaden Thomas took a nice step forward, middle into the end of the season, which was great to see. Lorenzo has had a couple solid games in a row. Hopefully he continues to trend in the right direction. And then you get a four-man class of Jaden Greathouse, Braylon James, Rico Flores, and Caleb Smith, where those guys are going to be able to play a lot early. And I think that there's a couple players in that class, especially, that have the ability. Like, I don't think that it's necessarily look, I think this, right? If Jaden Greathouse in any year is a good enough football player to come in and play early because he's ready to play, right? Like, it's not like it's just pushed into that spotlight because of need. He is a good enough player to play. Braylon James is a good enough player to play. Rico Flores is a advanced and good enough player to play. So having that four-man class of guys that I feel like can contribute early, on top of Tobias Merriweather now being a sophomore, continuing to develop, Deion Colsey being a junior with some confidence now, with Jaden Thomas and Lorenzo Styles coming back. I feel like when you put all that together, you have a nice influx of young talents, but you also have developing players that are now going to be sophomores, juniors, and continue to develop. So I'm really excited to see what the wide receiver group looks in 2023, because I do think it's going to take a massive step forward.
So for me, I'm with you on receiver. I think you talked a lot about the new guys. I think the returners are going to step up, and I do expect them to get a transfer. And I just think too, not even just them, I think they're going to be a greater focal point of the offense because you don't have Michael Mayer anymore. I think that you're going to be in your quarterback situation is going to be a way different next year than this year. Look, the receivers did not play to the level of their production. Their level of play, in my opinion, after I'd say about the third game, started getting better against Carolina. First three games, the receiving corps played bad. I mean, just no excuses, bad. Braden Lindsey, I thought, played well outside of a really bad drop against Marshall. It was bad. It was a bad drop in that it looked bad. The one that hit him on the head.
Yeah.
But I think the ball just died on him. It happens. But other than him, I thought the receiving corps was embarrassingly bad the first three games. Like, embarrassingly bad. Like, I wanted Jaden Thomas out of the lineup after the Marshall game. It was one of the worst receiver performances I've ever seen. By the end of the year, Jaden Thomas was a really good football player. You know what I mean? Like, he got a lot better. That's coaching. That's Jaden not letting poor games get him down, all that stuff. And so by the end of by the middle of the year, this receiving corps is playing a lot better than their production. Again, you cannot throw yourself the football.
Yeah.
You can't. Ryan, if you and I went and went back and took pictures of all the times the receivers were at least 2.5 to 3 yards open within the normal timing of a play, not quarterbacks going down as the guy's coming open, but the normal time of the play, how deep do you think that highlight would be? I'm going to say at least 15 to 20 plays.
Just for Braden Lindsey, too. Just kidding. But point. Seriously, kind of. No, I mean, you're not wrong, Brian. I mean, I think that especially later in the season, because I think that what you saw, too, was players got more comfortable in their own skin down the stretch, too. Like Deion Colsey, I feel like, as that vertical outside receiver that can just hit comebacks all day, for instance, right? Because he's just that type of dude, because he can threaten that way. Seeing a Jaden Thomas develop into a really nice slot guy who has an understanding of how to run routes, how to attack blind spots. I mean, yeah, I think the wide receivers production didn't match the fact that I think that they played very well down the stretch. And I think there was a lot of promise. And I think that another year of maturation, those guys take a step forward on top of the four-man class that's coming in. Again, I think that wide receiver is going to have a big plus next year.
Agree. We did have a question down here. Some people asking about the shirt. TJ Stelika says, is that shirt on the IB store? That's fire. Sort of. It's not this particular logo color. I believe the gold shirt that we have in the store, it's one of the options on one of the shirts. So like if you go to the main page, it's not showing as a gold shirt, but if you look at some of the different IB shirts, there are some that have gold as an option. But it's there are shirts that have it. Yes. I'd have to go through and kind of pick out which ones, because there's a couple shirts that are currently not showing. I'm looking at the store now that they're currently not showing, so I'm not quite sure where they are. So I have to go look that up to find out where those shirts are. But yes, there are some gold shirts that are on the store. This one is unique for me. They're the normal logo. The ones that are on there, the normal logo. So, yeah, I got a new project, Ryan. I don't have anything else to do. I got to go find out why a couple of the items are not showing up on the store right now. So I don't know why that's happening. So I have to get to the bottom of it. But yeah, there are some of those options on there. So yeah, there you go. Just so people know. But I got to have some stuff that's just for me. Got to have a little something that's just for me. Like that pullover I got a blue one for me and a white one for Vince. It was just going to be for us, And then, of course, after about 25 emails and texts and DMs, people asking for it, it's like, okay, fine, we'll put it. And I think we've sold probably 20 of them so far since we put it in the store. So it's like, okay, cool. Nice. We'll go ahead and add it. All right, let's get to some more questions. Tons of great questions here today, Ryan. Scott Yerbick says, which incoming freshman do you feel has a chance to be a freshman All-American team next season, offense and defense? I think the answer on offense is pretty easy, right? I mean, for you, Ryan, am I correct in saying it's Jaden Greathouse?
Yep. Again, I think you could make an argument for a couple different wide receivers, but for me, it would be Jaden Greathouse.
Right. Yeah. What about defense? I mean, it's Peyton kind Bowen. Of what we talked about earlier. It's the guys we think have the best chance to play right away. I definitely think Peyton Bowen could be that. There's no question.
He's that guy for me. I wouldn't be surprised if he's if he ends up in Notre Dame, I wouldn't be surprised if he leads the team in interceptions because he just has crazy ball skills and he's that impactful, and the one good thing that he would have going for him as well is if he does end up in Notre Dame is that he's got two really good corners on the outside too, right? So he might be able to freelance a little bit and take a couple gamble a little bit, that's right. It's what you want to be as a safety. You want to be able to take some chances at times.
Yep. Coach Koch asked, gents, who are your top 3 or best or favorite walk-ons? Are we talking all time or are we talking on the current team? I mean, if it's the current team, 2 stand out for sure. I mean, Michael Vincent's number 1. That dude is a straight money snapper. Obviously, I'd put Matt Salerno up there. I know he gets a bad rap, but the issue is not with Matt Salerno. The issue is with coaches that were putting him in a role he should not have been in. That's not his fault.
Yeah.
And, I mean, kid made a pretty freaking sick catch against Ohio State. You know what I mean?
It was a great catch.
It was a phenomenal catch. But he's one. Who'd the third be? It's a good Davis Sherwood. Yeah, that kid smacks people, man. I like that kid.
He does.
But he's one of those walk-ons. Is not your stereotypical walk-on, right? When people think walk-on, is Davis Sherwood a walk-on?
I think so.
I believe he is because he transferred from Michigan, right? Isn't that the kid that transferred from Michigan, or am I thinking of somebody else?
I think you're right.
Okay, I'm not sure, but anyway, I could be thinking of somebody else, but. No, he didn't transfer from Michigan. I'm thinking of somebody else. But no, he's a sophomore from North Carolina. But the thing is, he's a walk-on because he's not quite a Power 5 caliber, Division I caliber player per se, but more so because I don't know his background, but I wouldn't be shocked to find out that kid turned down offers to come to Notre Dame.
I wouldn't be either.
He's a good football player. He's the kind of kid that if I was at Duquesne still, which is an FCS school, we recruited this kid. He'd have been a star for us. Either as a linebacker or an H-back or something, right? That kid would have been a star at that level. If that kid transferred to Valpo, he'd be a great player for them.
He's a tough football player, man. Right. He's a tough kid. We saw him in the spring, Brian, when he was he knocked somebody out on the second level. I forget who it was, but it was somebody good. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. He's a good football player. So he'd be on that list. Like Matt Salerno, if I was still coaching at Duquesne, I'd recruit Matt Salerno. Now he wouldn't have been one of my best receivers at Duquesne because I had dudes that were getting NFL tryouts, but he'd have been playing for me.
Mhm.
At the D3 level, Matt Salerno would be a dude for me. Like, these
Mhm.
are good football players. They're just not the typical Notre Dame guys. You know what I mean? But David Sherwood and Michael Vincent are the two most impactful, in my opinion. Like those guys
Well,
legit have really good
you
skill
know what?
for what they're
I'm
asked to
into
do.
I'm interested over the next couple years, Brian. This conversation is going to change a whole lot because Notre Dame is
Yes.
starting to bring in some dudes.
Uh,
I mean, man,
Look, I'll say this.
yeah.
Henry Garrity
Mhm.
is better than guys that have been on scholarship in the past at tight end coming out of high school.
He's talented.
Yeah.
Jordan Faison is playing lacrosse here as well.
Yeah.
He is a really good dual threat quarterback who's going to play
Mhm.
slot receiver at Notre Dame.
Yep.
I mean, I just talked to him yesterday, Brian. Luke Tolick, who is out of Wyoming, literally has offers from Utah, Washington State, some Pac-12 teams. He is wrestling with Notre Dame preferred walk-on or taking one of those, and he might
Right.
end up at Notre Dame. He might,
Right.
and he is a
Yeah.
legit 3-star, 6'3" safety who's
Yeah. That can
talented.
play. Yeah.
Yes, he can
That'll be a
play.
starter in the special teams. No doubt. No doubt.
If he goes to Utah, for instance, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a 2-year starter
Yeah.
at Utah. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
They are really upping up their – that's one thing that this staff is doing is they're trying as hard as they can to up their walk-on game, which is very important. Because here's why it's important. 2 reasons why. Number one, it's just depth of your football team. And some of these kids are going to pan out and be like really good special teams players. Like when Michael Vincent decided to walk on Notre Dame, who was like, oh, this is going to be huge for Notre Dame. I never heard of the kid until he was on campus for a couple of years. You know what I mean? Well, now I'm like, thank God they got him to walk on because this kid is this kid beat out a scout. The thing is, he's not the snapper because they didn't have anybody. He beat out a kid on scholarship.
He's
twice.
Good. Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
how
he's
about
legitimately
the other
good.
How about the other kicker that handled kickoffs this year? Like he's a walk on too,
never
right?
heard
He
of
did a
that
good
kid
job
until the season started. Like,
Did a good
I
job.
honestly, this is going to sound I didn't even remember. I didn't even know his name until like week 3. I call him the kickoff kid. You know what I mean? Like, and now that says more about me than him, right? That's on me. But like, he did a great job this year.
Really good job.
So you look at some of these kids and it help they can help your football team. Reason number 2, with this NIL era and the transfer portal era, you're going to have a harder time convincing some of these kids to be on scout team. You're going to have to pull up kids to your varsity and force them onto the field that 3-4 years ago would have been scout team kids their first year. So if you're having to pull these kids up and you don't have a good walk-on program, you're not helping your football team because they're going against the stereotypical walk-ons, which is the kid that comes from the really affluent homes who aren't really good football players, who are there because their parents have money, or that's the stereotype of what a walk-on is in Notre Dame. If you're not working hard to build up your walk-on program, that's what you're getting. Now, that's not what Notre Dame has done. They've done a pretty decent job for years, and it's being upped. Like the Scheidler kids, if you go back and watch their high school film, those kids are really good football players. You know what I mean? They're just not big enough or quite athletic enough to be typical Notre Dame kids. But those kids go down on scout team and give you a look, you know, and eventually, like Davis Sherwood, earn a role. You know, Davis Sherwood is their fullback. He's basically their starting fullback, right? I mean, they don't use that alignment a ton, but he is. And he did that quickly. He's just a sophomore. So my point is you're not only helping your team out from some guys pan out, but you're giving yourselves a much better look when you can put these legit, like when you're putting Henry Garrett, if Henry Garrity's playing scout team for them, you're going against a kid who's like, what, 6'5", decent athlete, right?
Yeah.
Going to be 250 when it's all said and done. And you're like, there have been worse kids on scholarship than Henry Garrity in the last 10 years.
I'm telling you right now, man, I keep saying this, but if Luke Tolick ends up in Notre Dame, I wouldn't be surprised if he's playing special teams very early in his career. Because that kid is a 6'3", 185+ pound safety right now, guys. Like, it's different. It's different.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. So that the answer will look a whole lot different in a few years. Ryan is correct. Yep. And a couple of those kids we may have on the show tomorrow. You never know. So we'll see. Irish Blooded asks, do you come on, pull up, almost put him in timeout. hit the wrong right click instead of left click. Do you think the linebackers we have now in depth and in the class coming in that you might see Maris move to another spot in the linebacker pack, or depth, or only get used more situationally?
I think it's possible. I mean, we've wrestled with this conversation. Well, not wrestled. We've had this conversation over the last couple weeks about Maris playing some Viper more extensively. So for me, I'm at the point with Maris where I still think that his athleticism can be utilized in the right way. So that would be maybe playing a little bit of Viper in certain situations. That would be playing off ball, but maybe more in a dime look where he can kind of just stick to one facet of the game and do it well. But I do think, to Irish Blooded, to your question, at some point, man, like you got guys like Junior Tuihalamaka, Nolan Ziegler, Jalen Sneed on top of Drake Bowen, Preston Zinter, and Jay Nosberry. Like those guys are going to be too good to keep off the field. So it's not a throw Maris Leufeld to the curb and he can't play at all for you, but it might be a situation where you say, I can use that kid, but he has to be in the right role, right? He's athletic enough that he can make an impact on the team. It just might not be as a traditional stacked will linebacker. That might not be in the cards for him. But I do think that there is a world where Maris Leufeld plays a role and is a productive football player for you. I do 100%.
Yep. Next question here from USMA 87. Can early enrollees practice with the team? It looked like some other programs were doing it. Again, I believe this is not 100% guaranteed, but like I had a guy from Oregon reach out. He goes, hey, do you know why this kid would be on campus? I said, is Oregon in a quarter system? He goes, yes. I said, well, there you go. Because basically early enrollees can start when that next semester or quarter that they are enrolled in starts. And for some folks, the winter quarter has already begun. And so those kids can enroll. As long as they're graduated from high school, you have to be graduated from high school first. Then you can enroll. If Notre Dame's on a quarter system, there'd be guys on campus right now, but they're not. So that's the reality of it. Next one here. I'm going to read this comment from Mark Fisher. If kids are being offered $2 million, they're foolish not to accept it. First, they are probably going to play in the NFL. Notre Dame advantage academically makes no difference in their lives. I think that's utter nonsense.
Yes, all of it.
Utter nonsense. Number one, there's no group of 5-star, 4-star, anything that's probably going to make the NFL. Mm-hmm. The odds of making the NFL, even as a 5-star, are incredibly low. Yep. And then a lot of the guys that make the NFL are making it as like 7th round draft picks that don't make generational money or lifetime money. And the reality too is $2 million in 2022 is not what it was 15 years ago. People need to keep forgetting that $2 million doesn't go as long now as it used to. Go look at what a car cost 10 years ago compared to what a car costs now, right? Like you got to reprogram yourselves a little bit. So I strongly, and then it kind of contradicts himself. Second, if they invest the money, they will be financially ahead of any difference Notre Dame degree makes financially. And where are they going to learn the tools to properly invest that? You really think Kentucky and Alabama are going to have courses on helping these kids properly invest their money? Are they going to be around other students on campus and allow them to become that? No. There's so much of what Mark is saying here that I just think is so incredibly off base here.
Well, the second sentence, I mean, Notre Dame advantage academically makes no difference in their lives.
Right.
Buddy.
So
you could talk to guys like Bertrand Berry, who we've had on the show, Oscar McBride, who spent time in the NFL, who spent more time talking about the connects that they continue to have on the other professional side of what they do now. Right.
Well, who's Brandon Wimbush's partner in the startup he's working with? It's not some former player. It's some kid that he went to school with who was really smart in business and stuff. The other part of it too, Mark, that I would push back on a little bit as well is if I had $2.5 million to invest, right? And I went to this one guy and I gave him $2 million. And there's a couple of parables by Jesus that kind of speak to this a little bit too. But if I gave him $2 million and said, hey, man, go start a business, but he had no foundation on how to invest, how to properly do all this, how to do all these other kind of things, and I give another guy $500,000 and say, hey, go start yourself a business, but he does know how to do all those things. Or if maybe neither of them do, but one kid that I give the $2 million is not surrounded by people that either care or also know how to do it, And then the other guy surrounded by people that do. Guess what? The guy with $500,000 is going to go a lot further. There's this notion that if you just give people money, they're going to be okay. And as I've said before, remember that the ESPN show about going broke? I have some friends that played professional sports. There's a lot more professional athletes that are like that than you think. And there's also a lot of NFL players that, were drafted or got signing bonuses. They don't last very long in the NFL. And then you're sitting there with a crap degree. Let me rephrase that. Not crap degree, crap education. Because there's schools that have very good degree programs. There are people walking out of the University of Alabama with really good degrees that are prepared to go be successful in life.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it's not like, you go to Alabama, it's no different than, might as well just go to East Mississippi Community College or Independence Community College. It's not the same. The point, however, is what kind of education are they getting as part of the football program? That's the difference. Right. Remember when Jim Harbaugh used to rail against the University of Michigan for that? Well, all these kids are on general education degrees. What kind of education are they actually getting? And so it's not just the degree; it's the quality of the education. So Mark says the degree, your degree does nothing for you except get you in the door. Let's be real about that. A Notre Dame degree gets you in the door, but the result is going to be determined by the quality of education you receive. And that's the difference. And so that's why I would push back on that notion. I strongly do. Now, could a kid do both? Sure. And this isn't true for every single kid, right? But just saying take it just to take it because you're a foolish not to, I think that's foolish. I think it's absolutely foolish. And it goes back to what I said earlier. There are some people that just look at money as the end-all, be-all. And as long as you get the money, everything is all good. And that's not even remotely true. Because getting money, gets $2 million, okay? How much is the government going to take, federally and state-wise? Okay, that's number one. How much is his agent getting? Ryan's already said that they're talking about now NIL agents are charging like between 10 and 20% at least.
It's wild, man.
Which is crazy. Okay, so there goes another, let's just say 10, 15%.
Well, Brian, can I strengthen your point is that you're talking about the kids don't understand how to properly use the assets that they have.
Right.
So a typical agent that would cost 3% when you're going from college to the NFL are now dipping into the NIL market and saying to kids like, oh, no, it's going to cost 10% because they don't know any better.
Because I'm doing more than I would for my NFL client or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, they can justify it all they want. Yeah.
Who's going to be doing that investing for you? Well, those guys don't do it for free. Right. I mean, so now all of a sudden that $2 million right there, taxes and all this other stuff is half of it's gone just like that.
Don't forget about family members, like man. Don't forget about it. Yeah.
So no, I'm sorry. It's not. No, I'm going to push back on that quite a bit, to be honest with you. And again, it's not the same for every kid. For some kids, I've said this before, for some kids, that kid needs to take his money. Yep. Mom got laid off. They got 3 kids at home. Mom, dad's on disability. Mom lost her job because it's a tough job market. They're about to get evicted from their home because the disability check doesn't equal the cost of, their expenses and their bills and the other type of things, right? You got a chance to maybe change. If that kid wants to say, you know what, I've got to do this for my family, respect. Yeah, I get it. Now, some parents may say, hey, no, you don't do that. You go do what you got to do first. We'll figure this out. And that's fine too. But every situation, and some kids are just like, dude, I just want the money. As long as you're honest about it, I don't care. I mean, like if a kid like that who doesn't desire an education wants $2 million, go for it. Because you weren't going to get an education at Notre Dame anyway because you didn't care. Every kid's different.
Well, it's like, I mean, you're seeing that in basketball a lot more too, right, Brian? Like you think about remember when Brandon Jennings went overseas to play for a year instead of going to college? It's like some guys don't want to go to college. I get that.
Right. And that's fine, okay. But that's okay. Yeah. And that's what I always felt like for basketball. But I think football is different just because there just aren't the opportunities to play football. And football is such a far more demanding sport than basketball and baseball. But that's why, look, if you're a baseball player and you get drafted out of high school and your goals will be a Major League Baseball player, go to the minor leagues, play baseball. That's your profession. It's a different game than college, and a lot of it, go for it. I don't think that players should have to go to college for basketball. What would LeBron James need to go to college for? What would Kobe Bryant need to go? I mean, that dude was an NBA player as a junior in high school. Right. It's just such a different game. And so I don't like this whole, and people say, well, the NCAA is corrupt. The NCAA has nothing to do with that. That's a Major League Baseball rule. That's an NBA rule.
Right.
The NCAA can't force kids to go to college before they become professionals in any profession. None. Lawyers don't, institutions don't demand that you be in school for 7-8 years before you can become a doctor or a lawyer. Those professions do that.
Right.
And so it's no different from athletics. It's not the NCAA's decision that the NBA has the rule they have. I think it's a silly rule. And you know who usually pushes for these rules? The unions.
Yeah.
Because the veterans don't want these young kids coming and taking their jobs. Okay, I get that. So, and that's going to be the first thing is you start unionizing. You know, one of the first groups is going to be calling for high school players not to get money? Current players. Seriously.
Union. Yeah.
You know, including kids who took money. Because, well, yeah, but now that I'm here, I don't want that high school kid taking money.
I learned from my mistakes. Yeah.
Right. Sure. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Let's see here. D. Macac 2. How much of the flipped and projected to flip recruits leaving do you attribute to NIL pay to play versus coaching staff needing to do more to get recruits all the way to signing day? Honestly, Ryan, sometimes even if NIL is not involved, you can do everything possible and the kid just changes his mind or circumstances change. And that happens. Mm-hmm. And like with Keon, maybe there's things they could have done different. I don't know if there's anything they could have done different. I just think Keon over time, his circumstances changed. I had someone affiliated with him tell me that, well, he's a 5-star now, so things are different. I'm like, what does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Right. And I was like, it's not even worth asking a follow-up because it's just like, okay. But the point is, his circumstances changed. It's okay. I don't know if there's anything Notre Dame could have done different. And I don't think I really like. Look, there's a lot I can't get into with Keon's recruitment, but I don't think Keon left Notre Dame's class because he wanted an NIL payout only, and that's all that mattered to him. I don't. Mm-hmm. I think it was a football decision, number one, more than anything else. It was a football decision. And so I just, like from what I've been told, Ryan, Alabama's not the highest bidding school out there for NIL. They're not getting into the game the way that people think they are. For high school. Now, they are for transfers. Mm-hmm. They're throwing a lot of money around for transfers. Why? Established players. It's a better investment.
I was going to say it makes more sense to get into a more known commodity, right?
Yes. So, It makes a lot more sense for USC to throw their NIL dollars at transfers than high school kids.
Way Jordan more Addison comparative to it. Right.
Right. Because it's an established player. It's like with anything. If I got a guy that has never covered recruiting before that I'm going to hire to be the number 2 to Ryan, and then I'm going to offer him a salary based off of his experience level and potential. Whereas if I had another guy that I wanted to go hire to be Ryan's number 2, who'd been doing recruiting for a long time, I'm going to have to offer him a lot more money because he's more established. There's going to be more competition for him, and it's going to be a better investment because of it.
Right.
And so that's true of anything, right? If you're a law firm and you're going to hire a lawyer, you're not going to pay a guy fresh out of law school the same as a guy that's been a highly successful 20-year trial attorney. You know, you're just not, because if I'm going to have to pay X amount of dollars, I'm going to hire the guy that I have a far better confidence is going to get me a return on that investment. And Michael Mayer is going to get you a much higher return on his investment than the best the best tight end in high school football, which is why Alabama offered Michael Mayer a crap load of money, and they're not throwing that same amount of dollars at high school kids.
I mean, Alabama also went after the South Dakota State tight ends as well.
What we're saying is not fictitious or an example.
No, it's not.
It's reality. That happened. So there you go. That's actually smart cheating. That's smart cheating, right? It's much smarter to do that, and it's still cheating, than it is what A&M's doing. Much smarter. Much smarter. Here's a question here. How much do you think the young linebackers play in the bowl game? Junior Tuihalamaka, Jalen Eden, Prince Kollie. Well, Junior is playing Viper for this game, so I imagine he'll play a little bit. Prince Kollie just recently got cleared, to practice within the last week or so.
Mhm.
He'll play. Jalen Sneed's a wild card for me, Ryan. I don't really know how much he's going to play in this bowl game. Yeah.
I hope it's a lot. I mean, look, Prince, at this point, as long as Prince is healthy, he'd be playing at least 50% of the snaps at will, like at least, right? Like, I mean, he would be that type of dude. And Jalen Sneed, we've seen more and more of Jalen Sneed as the season has gone on down the stretch. So I hope that he's a guy that gets a substantial amount of reps at Rover and we get to see him more in live action. So, I mean, for Prince Collie, I hope for 50% snap share, somewhere around there. I hope for an increased opportunity for Jalen Sneed. And I don't really know what to expect from Junior Tuihalamaka because there's, obviously you have Jordan Patelho still. You have a couple of the younger Vipers and Joshua Burnham and Aiden Gobira. Like, what does their burn look like in this game? But for Prince, more than like Prince and Sneed for me are guys that I need to see play. Like, I need to see them play in this football game. I love to see Nolan Ziegler play too for a little bit. I would love to see him.
Yeah, absolutely. Got some more down here. We got a super chat down here from Patrick Tolan. So we haven't even before. Okay, we had a couple before that. So I wanted to get this one from Tyler Evans. Tyler, thank you very much. Tyler asks, Ryan, out of the 4 wideouts who attack the ball the best and high points the ball the best?
I would say that it's a really close debate between Jaden Greathouse and Braylon James for different degrees, right? Like, I think that Jaden Greathouse is the most physical of the wide receivers by a decent margin, and he tracks the football well. But I also think that Braylon is a super springy athlete, man. Like, he can get to some high points that most guys just can't get to, and he attacks the football in the air. I mean, I think that either answer is good. Like, I wouldn't push back against Braylon or Jaden. I would probably go with Jaden just because I think Jaden is so just physically mature, man. I mean, he's 210 plus pounds right now, I'm
going to say this, Ryan. I think there's a difference between who attacks the ball the best and who high points the ball the best. Because attacking the ball doesn't always mean high pointing. I'm going to say the guy that I think attacks the ball the best is actually Rico Flores.
Interesting.
I think your conversation, I would be on there with you if we're just talking about height, because Rico's not a guy that's going to go out, like, play a bunch of dudes like for jump balls, which is the high pointing thing. He's not as springy or as long, or in Jaden Greathouse's case, it's more about his understanding of angles with his size and strength, plus the other things. Braylon's just that dude's a freaky athlete. I would go with Rico. I think Rico does a great job of attacking the football. Like, he's really good at it. And that's partly why I'm really excited to see him, is because my issue with Rico was he just wasn't a really explosive guy. He got a lot more explosive as a senior before his injury. And it was like a minor injury. It's not something that's going to be long-term. So I'm a lot higher in this receiving core after watching senior film than I was when they committed, because of the breakout that Rico had. And Braylon got a lot better too. I mean,
yes, he did.
His production and all those things really took a step this year. I was very pleased to see that. So that's where I would go, Ryan, for that. But again, we're having this conversation. We may disagree, but it's not like, dude, what? Seriously, that guy's there's guys not even the same universe as this other kid. But that's how good and deep this group is, right? Where Ryan's like was interesting, like, but is he going there? But it wasn't like, what? Are you nuts? Are you stupid or something? Well, one, because that'd be a very bad idea and disrespectful. But number two, because it's not an outrageous thing to say, right? It's like, okay, it's not where I'd have gone, but okay, that's what you're saying. Like, if I were to say, I think Bubakar's got the highest ceiling of the defensive lineman, and somebody else jumped in and said, I think it's Armel Mukum. Somebody else jumped. No, I actually think it's okay, cool, all fair. Sure. I think it's what I think, but I'm not gonna tell you you're nuts. That's where you want to be, right? You don't want there to be like a huge gap between those guys, unless the guy at the top is like just freaky good, like some of the guys they've had. Patrick Tolan says, coached volleyball for 5 years, have friends at major universities that have told me they are almost done recruiting high school kids. If you think the portal is nuts for football, you should see what it's like in basketball and other sports. It's insane. This is absolutely right, Patrick, because here's the thing. Number one is I think it's even more of a crapshoot recruiting kids at some of these other sports, number one. And number two, like, it's just such a different universe. It's like, why? Because here's the thing about the portal. In it doesn't take as much work to recruit transfers as it does high school kids.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't. You're not going on all the visits. You're not doing all that. I mean, it's a different deal. It's get in the portal. Let's hammer this out. Let's make this offer and let's get it done.
Right.
It's such a better, and that's another reason why it's a better return on your investment. You're not recruiting portal kids for very long. You're not recruiting them nearly as long as you're recruiting high school kids. You have to start recruiting a kid as a freshman in high school, recruit them for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you get a kid to commit to you as a sophomore. Like, okay, well, I got to spend the next 3 years trying to convince this kid to stick with us, right? Where portal stuff happens quick. I mean, like during a season, the way it's cheating now, but like somebody had mentioned here, KL said this. The UTSA coach said, and what's his name? It's Jeff. What's his last name? Starts with a T. Trailer. Yeah, said was talking about this. He just flat out said it. He said Power 5 teams have been trying to poach his younger players. Washington State's head coach came out about it. Mac Brown's talking about it. And I'll have another question about this here in a little bit. But to Patrick's point, it's like, but that didn't really start till like sort of the off season for the big time players. But then during the season, it's all behind the scenes from your office, from phones. It's not getting on the road, being on the road for a month, doing all those other things like you have to do for high school. It's just a different animal. So if I could get a more veteran player with experience in the classroom, experience of the game, and a shorter and less expensive recruiting time, because hey, I got a smaller budget coaching volleyball. So let me do all my recruiting from the office, maybe one visit with a kid. That's way better idea than going to some high school kid who's more projectable. There's a greater adjustment to the academic life. I got to recruit this person for over a year, if not more in other sports. Why wouldn't you recruit transfers more than high school kids? You'd be kind of foolish not to be completely honest with you. So those are the different things I look at. So to Patrick's comment and then the KL's comment, that's why a lot of that stuff makes a lot of sense as to why that's the case. So and so think of all the high school kids that are getting jacked by all this. And so what does that do? That turns the lower level Division I teams into they're either getting the reclamation projects from the D1 schools, or in a lot of cases, they're getting some high school kids that they wouldn't have got before. It may seem great, but you're getting these kids who are a little better players than you usually get. But now all of a sudden, if that kid comes and he is as good as you think, or he does break out early, he's just going to leave you for a big time school. So now all of a sudden, Conference USA, the Sun Belt, the MAC, they become nothing more than a minor league system for the big time programs. And why do I say minor league system? Because most minor leaguers don't make it to the NFL or the NBA or, good Lord, Major League Baseball. They don't. Most don't. And most will kind of get picked up by somebody else or whatever the case that may be. But essentially, that's what they're turning into. Most won't make it to that level, but the good ones, they go get. I mean, like if you're a AAA manager, I'm coaching this kid while I can, but as soon as he starts showing some promise, the big league team's going to pull him up. It's the same thing if you're coaching at Vanderbilt or if you're coaching at Boise, you're coaching at Fresno. Well, I developed this kid and he had a breakout year, had 1,500 yards rushing, and okay, which Pac-12 school is going to sign him? Which SEC is going to take him now? You're a borderline minor league system. If you want to use a college example, you're a JUCO, essentially. You now serve the role that JUCOs used to serve. You get kids for a year or two, coach them up, get them ready to move on to the bigger schools. That's essentially what these schools are going to turn into. How's that good for this game? How in the world is that good for this game? It's not. How's that good for the kids? All the kids that sweat with these kids and bled with these kids and did all these things with these kids, and then see that kid just leave them and now they're back to being sucky again. Or the kids at current programs that work hard and do everything right, only to see every year you're bringing in some new portal kid. I don't think that's good for the game. I really don't. And I know not everyone agrees with me, but that's my opinion, and I'm not changing it. Irish Blooded says, if everyone signs and everyone that is expected to stays for next year, what would your D-line starting line be for next season?
So that's a tough one, isn't it? I mean,
can I tell you what I would like it to be?
Sure. Yeah, let's do that. That's a better idea.
Here's what I would like it to be.
Mm-hmm.
I would like it to be Riley Mills at big end, Howard Cross at 3 technique. You can keep him a nose if you want. Howard Cross inside, Braden Fisk inside.
Yes.
And Justin Adamiola is my Viper. If Justin decides to move on, then my hope and who I hope it would be, I hope that Josh Burnham has a monster breakout offseason, and he's that guy.
Yeah.
And like somebody said here, was like, all Jordan Botelho does is make money plays. I'm like, no, that's the only ones that you notice. Go back and watch the Marshall game and tell me if that's all he's doing is making big plays. Right?
Yeah.
Now, if Jordan Botelho can put it all together and the light goes on and he's that guy too, cool, good with that. Because he's got a lot of tools. But one of those guys is part of a rotation. But Riley Mills, Braden Fisk, and Howard Cross is my 3 inside guys. Because again, Braden Fisk is the Western Michigan transfer. You know, Notre Dame's recruiting him. Oklahoma's on him. Florida State's on him. Obviously, we're saying who we hope is there, who we hope it is. My hope is that he's one of the guys next year because he's really good.
Yes,
he's really good.
I mean, I'll say this. It's a tough question for me because I honestly want to see a nice rotation at Viper to start out with, right? So, like, you're asking me who's the defense. I think I want a combination of Joshua Burnham, Aiden Gabira, and Jordan Botelho. Like, I don't want to depend on one guy to be the dude unless someone shows that they are that dude, right? Like, there's a difference there. But I think that you see a rotation there. I would prefer Howard Cross to 3 technique, if I'm being honest, because I think that he's twitchy. He's some of the stuff that the size is going to be limitations at nose will not be as much at 3 tech. You can kind of be more of a 1-gap style defense. And I think if you do get Braden Fisk from Western Michigan, he has a body type and a profile where he could play nose. But I think one thing that's interesting is if you have those 2 inside, they're a little more interchangeable, right? If one gets stuck at nose, you're okay. One gets stuck at 3 tech, you're good. Like, it's fine. So I think that we're similar there too, Brian. And I would say, I mean, Riley Mills is the obvious one, right? Like, Riley Mills is your incumbent at big ends. You need him to make a big step forward because his talent is still untapped. He's a very talented football player. And I think that just for me, man, I need more of a rotation next year, right? Like, the Viper can't be Isaiah Foskey and then an occasional Justin Adamalola, right? Who's going to be more of a move around player. I want to see Joshua Burnham. I want to see Jordan Botelho. I want to see Aiden Gabira. I want to see the young guys get opportunities to play because I just don't think that you're just going to have one dude at Viper next year. Even if Justin Adamalola comes back, I still don't think you're just going to have one dude. I mean, it helps you, obviously, but I think more guys need to play at the Viper position next year.
Agree with you completely. If they don't get Fisk, I would say probably leaning towards like Gabriel Rubio being the nose.
At the nose
is where I would go. The other thing could be is you could move Riley Mills inside and start Nana. Would be another option. And if I wanted to go with a more athletic line, I would put Justin Adamiola at big end because I think his game better fits big end than Viper. I think his body is more of a Viper. His game is more of a big end. That's my opinion. And I know that's not an opinion everybody agrees with, but that's kind of my thoughts. I've always felt that way. But that's when you're going smaller and more athletic. Let him power rush. Put Botelho, Burnham, Gabira at the other one, and then have Riley at 3 technique and Howard at nose would be my athletic, penetrating lineup. You know, if I'm playing a team that I need to do that. So
you know what's going to be fun over the next year or so is the fact that your big end position is going to have guys like Riley Mills, but also Brennan Vernon and Boubacar Traore and Armel Mukam developing. Your big end position is going to be very interesting over the next couple of years. A lot of talent in that spot.
Got a comment down here from this, Ryan, and this is just a comment that just to me, again, continues to incredibly miss the point. Lowell Schmel says, pay the kids. First of all, you just said pay the kids, number one.
Right.
Number two, you're missing the boat. Nobody on this show is saying the kids don't deserve a piece of the pie. We're not saying that. Never said that. We're also not people that think they should give them $10,000 and they should be happy. I'm not saying that either. For some kids, like we came up with the rev share thing. Every kid gets a minimum amount. That's cool. But that's not all you're getting. I am totally fine if Tyler Buckner blows up in the bowl game and becomes Notre Dame's starting quarterback next year, or if they get a portal transfer that's a big name guy, whatever, and people want to have him go do a local TV commercial for $10,000 or be on an ESPN commercial for $500,000 or be the spokesperson for this product for $100,000 or $200,000 or whatever. And that kid all of a sudden makes $1 million. Great. He's cashing in on his name, image, and likeness. I am all for that.
Which is the definition of name, image, and likeness.
Correct.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is we don't need to be putting this buying players thing into this equation, because a lot of kids may get that upfront money, but they're going to situations that are not good for them.
Mm-hmm.
If they're going to make that mistake, because some kids make that mistake without money, at least let it be one that's built more on their thoughtful going of why am I making this decision? Because sometimes things don't pan out despite, because kids are going to have way less regret with that moving forward. Plus, here's the other thing. If you go to a school that's offering you $2 million and they screw you over after a year, you get hardly any of that, because it's not an upfront $2 million. It's a broken into however many years you're going to be there. And if you're really good and you leave after 3 years, guess what? You're not getting your last year of that payment. So this notion that it's kind of like, if someone in the NFL gets a $100 million contract, they're not getting $100 million up front. They're getting $100 million spread out over X number of years. That's what these deals are. The upfront money is not life-changing for most of these kids. Now, some schools are saying we'll offer you upfront money, but most of these kids that I've experienced so far are smart enough to know that, no, you're not. Then put the money in my hand, and then we'll have that conversation. But you just promised me upfront money, but then I got to wait till I signed and I'm on campus before you give me that upfront money. Most kids that I've talked to in those situations that I've learned from, most kids are like, no, no. If it's going to be upfront money, look, this is all illegal. So why do I got to wait until I get to campus? So there are at least some savviness when it comes to that. But I just let these kids make their decisions based off the right reasons. Then let them go earn their money. Let them get a baseline of being college football athletes. Should give them a baseline of a rev share, which I'm for. I'm a supporter of that. They'll get their money off of EA Sports and other things, the funds that'll just give. Like, if you're a collective, you should give every kid a certain amount of dollars, and then the better kids can earn a little bit more. I, first of all, get rid of collectives, period. And if I would say, if I were to have collectives, actually, I shouldn't get rid of, it's not what I mean. I'm all for collectives. I actually think they're a great idea. I think they should be getting rid of the way that they are now. A collective should simply be, here's how much we're raising money so that fans and boosters can support our current players, and it's spread out evenly between every kid that's on our roster or every scholarship kid, whichever way you want to go. Right? That's what I would like to see done. That's how we should be supporting as a collectives. And then if the kid wants to benefit off his name, image, and likeness, it's not the collective's not giving him more money just because he's good. It has to be earned on it's like this whole thing should be it should be transactional. You're really good. You're talented. You're doing this. You're doing that. And so we want to have you as the face of our product. And we're willing to pay you X amount of dollars to do it. Well, I appreciate that, and I love your product, but I have been offered a much bigger contract to be the face of this company's product. Okay, cool. Boy, we really want you, though. How about we match that plus throw in this little sweetener? Okay, let me think about that. Hey, I just got an offer from this other company. That's fine. Because now it's about, we think that kid provides value to us as a spokesperson because of what he has earned, what he has done. I want that kid's face on my product because I think it's going to make me money. Like Bijan Robinson's, was it like a mustard? I think that's freaking awesome. I think that's great. You thought as a company that put that kid's face on your product is going to make you money, which in turn makes him money. Great. I'm all for that. But that's not what we're doing here.
No.
Because here's the reality. Bijan Robinson should bring you that value, whether he's at Texas or Notre Dame or Alabama or USC. And so I should be allowed to have him as my spokesman. Hey, did Peyton Manning lose his deals when he left the Colts and went to the Broncos? No, they went with him. Did LeBron James lose his Nike deal when he left? He's with Nike, right? When he went, right, I think. Yes, probably. That's right, he is. But when he left Cleveland to go to Miami, did all of a sudden he lose his deal? Or was it completely irrelevant of who he played for?
Separated.
That's how it should be.
Yep.
That's how it should be. You know?
But I think we need a nuanced conversation here too to this original comment. We're not saying don't pay players. We are saying pay players, but use NIL correctly. It's a different conversation, right? And we like to do this thing where we throw everything in the same bucket and say, "Oh, you just don't want players being paid." No, it's not what I'm saying. I want players to be played. I am pro player. Always have been.
Right.
Always will be. I want them to be paid for what they're telling me that they're being paid for. Like that's.
And this is an absurd thing too. I get so sick of people saying this. The schools make millions and the kids get nothing. Things had to change. It sucks when you don't have free labor. Things did need to change. But it's one of the most ignorant things that people say. And that's going to come across as disrespectful. I get it, but it's just true. You're ignorant of reality. These kids get lots of stuff. Go talk to some kid whose parents work 18 hours a day in South Bend to barely put food on the table, but their kid's wicked smart, but not quite smart enough to get a full ride academic scholarship to Notre Dame if a Notre Dame scholarship doesn't bring value. Hey, sorry, son, I know you're smart enough to be at Notre Dame, but the reality is we can't afford to send you there. Well, tell me that kid now, he can go to Notre Dame still. How? He can get loans. Okay, yeah, so then the kid can have hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt on his back when he finally graduates from Notre Dame. Plus, he's got to spend all his free time getting a job, right? Like Notre Dame students, you know what they do in the offseason? They work out. Do you know what every other kid at Notre Dame does that maybe doesn't come from privilege? They freaking spend their entire summers working.
Yeah. Yep.
I spent my entire summers as a college athlete working to pay for my apartment, to pay for my food, to pay for clothes, to pay to be able to go on dates, to be able to do all these things. Why? Because I wasn't a scholarship athlete. Don't tell me that these kids got nothing. It's an ignorant comment. Did they get enough of the pie? We can have that argument. That's a very fair argument. But to call it slave labor that some people do is ignorant. It's disrespectful to the very term of it and to what this entails. It's moronic. To call it free labor, again, nonsense. Nonsense. Because it is not free to have a student athlete on campus. Everything about them costs money. It's just that it's worth the investment because we're going to make more. And because we're making more, there should be an aspect that they get some of that in return. I've always agreed with that. Before NIL became a thing, the way it is now, what was the big thing that I had, Ryan? If you're going to sell a kid's jersey in your bookstore, he should get a cut of that. Yep. I've always felt that. And then I kind of evolved it where like those sales should then go into sort of a collective for the players that when they graduate, they get a piece of that pie, right? Mm-hmm. That kind of thing. There's all different ways you can do it. I've never said that they don't deserve more. I completely reject them getting salaries and them being employees because I know what comes with being an employee. And I do not want to put that on college football players, right? And so those are our pushbacks. It's never been about don't pay them. But to act as if they get free labor is one of the dumbest arguments I've ever seen people make about why kids deserve more money. It's ignorant. We're not even talking about the same thing now. If you want to talk about here's what the profit margin is for college athletics and these universities, and here's how much the kids are getting from it, and it's not enough, that's a fair conversation to have. We can have that conversation because now we're speaking the same language. We're actually talking about realities. When you say this, you're not even dealing with reality. You're in some fantasy spin Twitter lane that has no basis in fact. None. Your baseline is just useless to even have as a starting point. Because here's what I'll say. If school said this, we're going to pay every kid $50,000 a year. But great. $100,000 a year. Even better. But we're not giving them scholarships. We're not giving them free gear anymore. They don't get meal plans, and they have to pay for their own room and board. How much of the $100,000 are they getting to put in their bank account to keep for whatever they want to do? If you're a Notre Dame student, not much. No. So don't tell me there's no value in a scholarship. Now, is using that as the excuse to not give them anything else? That's also stupid. And that's why we're here. Is because they tried to say, well, this is enough. This value of the scholarship is enough. No, it's not. Right? But to say there's no value, cool. Then let's give every kid a salary, make them all employees, but they got to pay for their own room and board. Ryan, do I pay your rent or do you got to pay your own rent?
I pay my own rent.
I pay your own rent, pay your own bills, right? I don't pay your bills, right? I give you a salary, and then from that salary, you got to pay for all your stuff, right? Now, wouldn't it be better for you is if I gave you your salary, but then also paid for your mortgage and your food?
Is that an offer?
No, it's not. Wouldn't that be way better?
It would be
So
way
wouldn't
better.
you rather be a college athlete making, doing what he's doing? Or let's say I paid you a lot less money than you're making now, but I paid for everything. Would there not be a value to that? Hey, Ryan, I'm going to pay you $20,000 a year. That's not enough. No. But you don't understand. I'm paying your mortgage. I'm paying for all your food up to a certain amount. I'm paying all your bills. I'm paying for your insurance. I'm paying for this. And like that $20,000 is going to go a lot further than if I were to pay you 3-4 times that, and you had to pay for everything out of pocket, right? So it's just a really weak thing to say that it's free. It was never free labor. Right. Not once scholarships got into the equation, it was never free labor. May not have been enough. I still think it's ignorant until recently. Schools weren't even pay the full cost of tuition. That was moronic.
That's why.
But don't say it's free labor. You're just showing me that you really don't have a clue how this whole thing works, and you're just running off with some talking point you heard somebody famous that you listen to make. That's all you're telling me you're doing. Or you're just trying to score points, I don't know. So you can be, oh, I'm the guy that supports the players. No, you don't. Because you can't support them if you don't know what's really going on. And that's my problem. So rant over. That's one of the things I hate more than anything is when people say stuff like this. I can't stand it. I cannot stand it.
I've had this conversation with many people in my lifetime, so I get it, man.
Cool. We'll pay them salary, and then they got to pay their own way, their own board, pay for their own gear. Start treating them like D3 kids, and then see how they feel about their scholarships, right? Ryan, you played D3 for a hot second, right?
I did.
Yeah.
It's not the most glamorous thing in the world,
right? Yep. Exactly. Yep. It's expensive as heck too.
Yes, it is.
So. It is. Yeah. Anyway,
you're hungry all the time too.
Oh yeah. So, Oh yeah. I had bologna sandwiches and carrot cake my entire first semester of college because the food was so bad. My first year of college because the food was so bad.
Carrot cake sounds nice.
Yeah. I didn't have enough money. Yeah, but it's like anything you love, you keep eating it every single freaking day as your side to your main course of bologna sandwich because everything else is nasty. Then you know what? Boy, that food stipend that these Division I football players starts looking really good right about then.
Sure.
But you know what happened to me in order to eat outside the cat? I had to run up a credit card. Or I had to use my whatever spending I earned that summer working for my dad 8, 9, 10 hours a day. And then trying to fit workouts in alongside of that because I wasn't on a full ride scholarship. So don't tell me there's no value, that they're free. I would have gladly, please use me when I was in college the way that you use Division I players. Please use me that way. Please give me a free ride scholarship and free gear and all these other things so I don't have to go home and work for my dad every summer. So I can actually just be paid to spend the whole summer going to class and working out for football. Please take advantage of me that way. I beg you. And you know who else would say that? Every kid in Division III, in Division II, and Division I AA, it's not on a full ride scholarship. Every single one.
Yep. Go call over to the Pioneer League on FCS,
yes.
man. Don't even get scholarships.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Brian Hockney, if we pull off the Peyton Bowen flip back, will this coaching staff finally get credit with a tremendous recruiting job that I think they deserve? I like, this is probably not the question I should have brought up right after that rant because now I'm pissed off. And Brian's asked good questions, but I'm like, can we finally what? Brian, we've been saying this for months. I said at the beginning of the show, even if they don't get Peyton Bowen, this is still one of the best class they've had in a long time.
Yep.
So how are we not giving this staff credit for the job they've done? That's all we've done for like the last year.
It's also not a flip back because he hasn't flipped to Oklahoma
right.
or Oregon. He's still committed to the University of Notre Dame. Right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
But I don't understand that, Ryan. Can we finally get credit with a tremendous recruiting job? So perhaps Brian is referring to maybe outside view of the staff, perhaps that might be it. And so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's not talking about us. He's talking about maybe the perception from an outside standpoint.
And to Brian's point, like maybe he's also, because we're on the boards, right? At boards.irishbreakdown.com, and there's a lot of pessimism right now, despite it being a tremendous class still. So, to that degree,
right.
Yeah, Brian, I hope people can kind of take a step back and at the end of this thing say like, wow, Notre Dame did that in this NIL era. That's awesome start.
It's even if they don't get Peyton Bowen.
Exactly.
Right here. And here's my thing to what he's saying. If we pull, even if they don't get Peyton Bowen in the class, Brian, that second part is still true. This staff put together a heck of a class. Now, is it better with Peyton Bowen? Absolutely.
For sure.
He's my number one ranked player in the class. I don't know if he's yours, Ryan, but he's at least, I would imagine, in your top 2. Is he your number 1? He's my number 1.
He would be over Charles Jagasaw for me, but it's yep.
So even if you lose him, it's a blow. It's a big blow. But this is still a heck of a recruiting class.
And that's what tomorrow's going to be for, man.
That's right.
I mean, if he doesn't end up in the class, we'll talk about it, obviously. But we're going to celebrate the players that make up a great class for Notre Dame, no doubt.
Absolutely. And we should. So I'm going to give Brian the benefit of the doubt because he normally asks really good questions, and I could just be a little salty right now from the previous questions, and I'm just taking his thing the wrong way. So if I am, Brian, apologize. But yes, there are some people not look. And even if Brian, here's the other thing: even if they get Peyton Bowen, if you're talking about other people, there's some people that are they're always going to look at what if, but they should have had Dante Moore. I'm actually personally, the way that everything's played out, I'm so happy Notre Dame ended up with Kenny Minchie. So happy they ended up with Kenny Minchie.
Very happy. And
with Keon, that sucks. Mm-hmm. But losing Keon doesn't define this entire class, right? It sucks. It sucks. Some people, Ryan, they're just never happy, or maybe they're a little overly critical. It's fine. That's who you are. It's you. I love you anyway. Don't judge, but there's always going to be people like that. They're always going to have, well, what? Yeah, it was a number 3 class, but it could have been blank if you would have landed blank. I mean, there's always going to be some of that.
There always is, because even if Notre Dame wins a championship the next couple of years, it's going to be, but can they win 2? Can they make it?
Well, that's kind of what happened to Lou Holtz. Well, he's only won 1 title. I mean, maybe it's time to move on and move on to so-and-so because he's only won 1 title. He fell short in 93 and whatever else. Yeah, absolutely.
I was born in 1991, so I just want 1 title. Okay, guys. Can we get
Remember when Bama won the title in 2012, and by 2014 they had lost 2 years in a row, and there were Bama fans talking like, has the time passed? It's like, bro, you haven't won one in 2 seasons. It's like, it's pretty wild. Or and then it was recently, we saw this prior to 2020. They hadn't won one since 2017, and they were coming off a year they didn't even make the playoff. The travesty of Alabama, 11-2, not even making the playoff. Oh my! We were forced to have to play Michigan in a bowl game. Oh my gosh! It is time for There were people in the Bama fan base. I've seen the posts. I've seen them on Twitter that were saying that after 2019. And then what happened the next year? They went out and won a title. And, so that's always going to be true. That's always going to be true. So, yes, let's get to some more here. Let's knock out a bunch of these questions. Tavis McKay, just want to say thank you, IB, for all the recruiting coverage. You are welcome, buddy. You are welcome very, very much. Rob Osgood, guys, based on the other team's classes overall and need structure, how does Notre Dame compare? No points, just team needs. Rob, we're going to have something like that after signing day. Mm-hmm. Once everybody's signed, because right now, it depends on who signs where, who flips, who does whatever, who does what else. We will have a ranking show. It'll probably we'll probably do it. We may do it here, part of it, but we'll also do part of it on the CFB Nation channel. So I'm actually thinking about having our first live CFB Nation show. We'll see at some point where maybe we go through the class rankings a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see. But we do plan on doing that, just so you know. Call Me Ty says the TCU program's success is a little shocking to me. Playing well, recruiting well is it just being a Texas is just being in Texas that impactful? Well, to a degree, yeah. I mean, sure. If TCU was in Boise, Idaho, then they wouldn't be as successful as they are right now. I don't think TCU's success should be shocking, surprising, sure, because we didn't expect it from them, but. I mean, Ryan, this is a team that should have been in the playoff in 2014.
Right.
This is a team that, since Brian Kelly was hired at Notre Dame, has had 4 top 10 finishes prior to this season. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, Gary Patterson during his time at TCU, if you look at the coaches poll or the AP poll, had once. First top 10 finish was in 2008. and he had 6 more top 10 finishes during that stretch, and they're going to have another one this year. I still think TCU deserved to be in the college football playoff in 2014. I still do. But, and was it recently they played in the Big 12 title game, right? Then they played, was it 2017? They played Oklahoma
something like that
in the Big 12 title game. They went 11-3 that year. 2 of their losses were at Oklahoma, that was that Baker Mayfield team that almost beat Georgia in the semifinal, went to overtime. So it's a pretty good football team. So surprising because I just didn't expect it, but I personally, just semantically, I wouldn't say shocking. Recruiting well, I mean, that's what winning will do, right? I mean,
yes.
But I don't know if they're recruiting to the level where I'm like, wow, they're recruiting like a playoff team should be recruiting.
Well, they're getting a lot of transfer portal pools right now, which I think people are talking about a little bit.
Sure.
I mean, Brian, I don't know if you agree with this, but TCU is one of those teams. I kind of talked about Arizona State yesterday or last week. I forget when I talked about them, but Arizona State is kind of a cool team when they're doing well. You know, like they got nice uniforms. They got kind of a different vibe. I think TCU is kind of one of those, man. Like they have, kind of a different look. They're in the state of Texas. They're a little bit different with how their perspective is. I think they're kind of like that 2014 team. I remember that team with Trevon Boykin and all those dudes, right? Like that was a cool team. That was they had some swagger to them. And I think that this team has a little bit of swagger to them. I think that they have talent, obviously, but I think that TCU is kind of a cool place to play, like it's different. So I think surprised but not shocked is a good way to put it there. Surprised but not shocked.
But their location does help. Right. Yeah. To his question, that number one, there's a lot of talent there. There's going to be overlooked kids. They're going to help you, be better. Max Duggan got overlooked by a lot of big time programs. He was from Iowa.
Yes.
But Notre Dame decided not to take him, which Notre Dame was one of his early leaders. They passed and went with, I think Cade McNamara was who they went with in that class, which I don't fault them for. Nobody was banging the drum, be like, this is a stupid mistake. You're going to regret this because he's going to be in the playoff and a Heisman finalist for 4 years. Nobody thought that.
And a Senior Bowl.
Right. Correct.
Now.
Correct.
Crazy.
But yeah, being in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which is where TCU's campus is, certainly helps. Not just the talent pipeline to the point here, but also you're in a place that's a lot easier to recruit to than maybe if you were in the middle of nowhere. Yep. So, no doubt. More questions. Tyler Benji says, Brian and Ryan, why haven't even more coaches been vocal about who is tampering kids? Mac Brown didn't name them. Washington State coach didn't. If coaches aren't respecting the profession, then why hide them? Number one, because you can end up getting yourself in a lot more trouble. Because here's the reality of this. If the NCAA is unwilling to do this, or you don't have hard and fact proof, and you go make that kind of claim, what's to stop a school from suing you for would it be libel? I forget which one's libel. Is that the one where it's words, right? There's writing and then there's words.
Yeah.
Whichever one it is, slander, libel, whatever the case may be, you all of a sudden it's a lawsuit. I mean, you've got to be real careful making specific accusations unless you have proof that person did something. You may think, and a kid telling me I got offered $2 million isn't proof. Let me see the text message. Well, I would hope that most coaches aren't stupid enough to text and DM that stuff. Usually it's word of mouth, or I'll say it to someone who says it to someone who says it to somebody else.
Sure.
Right. Or it's during the in-home visit or whatever, where there is no, because you're not, mom's not sitting there with a video recorder and, and if she is, you're probably not saying that. So you need proof to do it. And then the other reason why is because there's a lot of schools that are also doing it. And I can't speak out against a school taking my player because then another school is going to say, well, hold on a second. You're saying this, but weren't you the school that had people calling about my kid? Right? So, like, Nick Saban can only say so. Like, he would be the best to speak out against this. This whole thing is, but then it's like, but bro, like, you tried to do that this summer, but you lost a lot of your, ability to make that argument because you're doing this. It's like, well, I don't like NIL, but you're out there poaching everybody's players. So my sympathy for you, Tyler Harrell had committed to you before. Basically as soon as he got in the portal. Jahmyr Gibbs, before he even got in the portal, everybody knew he was going to Alabama. So What, you think Alabama's going to cry about it? You think Nick Saban's going to cry? Why? Because people would call him up like, bro, you stole like 8 of my players last year. What are you talking about?
He's benefiting. Right. I mean, and also I think most coaches don't expect NCAA to do anything.
Correct.
Right? So
that's the other reason. You're not
wasting. Yeah, you're just wasting your breath. And then it also puts a target on your back too if you start to kind of be huffy and puffy, right? Because then coaches are going to be, kind of anytime they can get one back at you type of thing and get you, kind of stab you in the back a little bit. Like those are the guys that have targets on their back now too. So I don't think NCAA, I don't think they are going to do anything. And I think most coaches understand that they're not going to do anything. So why am I wasting my breath? Like it's just something where,
right.
And I also think that some coaches maybe don't want to put the attention on some players. It's like, oh, this guy tried to poach this player, for instance. It's like now the attention's all on your student athlete, your kid to answer these questions, and that's unnecessary sometimes too. But I think the overarching one for me is that if you don't trust the NCAA to do anything, are you wasting your time?
Right. And you become like, well, what if I get fired and I need coaches to hire me?
Right.
Because I can't win right now because everybody's taking my players. So I'm going to be unemployed. So I'm going to have to go back to being a D coordinator, no line coach. And I just put half the country on blast. Good luck.
Yeah. Now you're looked as a snitch and that's not going to help you.
Right. Which I hate that whole thought. But yes, I mean, but that's the reality of it, right?
It's reality.
Unfortunately, that's the reality of it. So more questions. Boy, we've got a ton of great questions here. We're probably not going to get to all of them. You guys put in so many great questions. And then, of course, I've had a couple of rants today that have taken a lot of time. So I apologize. Patrick Tolan, what are the chances of going after Micah Tease with likely losing Peyton Bowen?
0.
Correct.
Do you want me to say it out loud?
Yep.
No. Look, Micah T's decommitted because he knows where he's going, right? Wherever that ends up being. He's an reason.
Yeah. Bingo. Notre Dame's not in the game for that. Notre Dame stopped recruiting Micah Tease when he picked Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
So for good reason.
Which is a shame because I do think that he would have fit well from a personal perspective, but there's other things driving him, obviously.
Yeah.
So.
Got this question from Jeremy Bonk. Leary to Kentucky. Card must be the Devin Leary to Kentucky. Card must be the front runner now, right? And then there was another quarterback portal question down here, Ryan. So I just want to kind of get all of these out now. But I think that, number one, people need to stop assuming that they know who's out there just because it's been talked about. The number of people that actually know what's going on with quarterback recruiting right now is very, 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 very small. Here's the other one here from Javier. Javier says, Devin Leary to Kentucky, does that mean we're not getting a quarterback? As everyone on the Irish Breakdown message board knows, we have been saying for weeks that Notre Dame was not going to be a player for Devin Leary. I know that there were reports out there saying that they were, but that was just not true. They were never a player for Devin Leary. Does that mean there weren't some people at Notre Dame that liked Devin Leary? So then they went and told other people that, we're looking. But the reality is the decision makers at Notre Dame that are going to actually have anything to do with that never looked at Devin Leary beyond just doing their initial research that they've done for a lot of quarterbacks, some in the portal and some outside the portal. Because as we talked about, Ryan, you need to be willing to do your homework on kids who may not be in the portal yet, but might eventually be in the portal. So that way, if they do, you're ready to act. Right. So it's just like with anything else. It's like, you're doing advanced scouting of other teams' minor league players. Why? Because if we need to pull off a trade, we need to know what value we're getting back from that organization. So you're not out there doing it to try to poach their players, but to, when the time comes, you need to know what they have or what this kid can do. So they're not just evaluating portal kids. They're evaluating other kids who may get in just in case they're ready when the time comes. But Devin Leary never got past that stage of just initial film, reaching out, doing your evaluations. It never went past that. He was never going to be the guy that Notre Dame was going to go to. We've rarely talked about him here. And he's one of the quarterbacks we've talked about the most on our board, Ryan, because we keep telling people he's not the guy. So just chill.
Can I say, too, I know there's been a lot of posts on the board about quarterbacks just in general. Look, folks, and people keep saying stuff like this, Brian, like, oh, there's not many great options out there. There's going to be more. Just trust me when I tell you. After the bowl games are played, there's going to be other quarterbacks that enter the portal that maybe even some that you just didn't expect to enter. So Notre Dame's doing their due diligence. I think there will be resolution. I believe that Notre Dame will get a very talented quarterback in the portal for everything that we're hearing. So just be patient with it, man. It's going to figure itself out. I promise.
Yep. Yes, patience. Because otherwise we're going to get into all these rumors and that can be detrimental. Let's say you are talking to a kid. Well, hold on a second. You're telling me this, but why does everybody think so-and-so is going to your school? And back to the original question from Jeremy, Hudson Card must be the front runner now, right? Devin Leary was never the front runner, so Hudson Card doesn't all of a sudden move into that spot. I don't think Hudson Card is ultimately the front. He became the hot name for a while. He's a kid that I like, but if I had to guess, I think that ultimately I don't know if that was ever going to be the guy, because what Notre Dame was ultimately looking for is a guy that can come in and you know what you have. And that was always the one drawback on Hudson Card was, is he really that much more experienced than Tyler Buckner by the time the bowl game's over? But he's got, 2-3 extra starts on him? Yeah. That's it, right? Is it really that much more experienced? You need a guy that has got a higher floor. Right now, I like Card a lot. I think he's got a lot of upside. I think he's got a lot of potential, but he's also comes with some risk. And I don't think he did not beat out Quinn Ewers. I think he was always going to lose that job, no matter what he did.
Right.
But he couldn't beat out Casey Thompson a year ago as a second-year player. Why? Maybe it was a coaching mistake. Perhaps it was. But whatever the reason why, Ryan, he doesn't have the experience that Notre Dame was looking for, in my opinion. Does that mean Notre Dame won't take him? I'm not saying that either. I'm saying we got to be thinking about what they're looking for and stop reading every article out there that's trying to be ahead of the game and just throwing out names of players. I've heard like 6 different quarterbacks. No, this is the guy. I got a call from a buddy that he goes, yeah, all my buddies are calling me, telling me that Notre Dame's going to go after Keaton Slovis. Why? And then he went through this weird rabbit hole of why they all thought it was going to be Keaton Slovis. I was like, you guys need to just chill, right? That's one of the craziest things I've heard of. Like, it'd be one thing if there was a legitimate, me or Ryan or Tim Priester or Tim O'Malley or somebody that actually has legitimate connections in any shape, way, form, or fashion was like, hey, I'm hearing from a couple people I know that this might be a guy they're looking at. Then I can understand it. It's never been the case. It's just fan speculation that turns into what I heard somewhere. This is my favorite one. I read on Twitter.
I read on Twitter that Notre Dame's going after Hank Bachmeier, right?
Yeah,
sure.
So I just y'all look, it's December 20th. I imagine the portal closes in less than a month. I imagine we'll probably know who it's going to be in the next couple to 3 weeks. Let's just chill, right? And let it play out. And there'll come a time and a place when we'll know who it is. And the other thing too is every kid that's in the portal now does not equal every kid that's going to be in the portal.
Exactly.
There will be kids of all positions that will jump in the portal after their bowl games, because some kids want to leave, but they also don't want to leave their teammates behind. That's a fact. For some kids, they don't have the ability. Drew Pine let's just say hypothetically, and I'm going to use a kid that's absurd because everybody knows it's not true, so people won't believe it. Let's say hypothetically that Bryce Young decided, I actually want to transfer somewhere else for my senior year, not go to the NFL and be a top 5 pick. Right? I'm going to use an absurd example. But Bryce Young said, hey, but I'm going to wait till after the bowl game because I want to see it through. I think it's the right thing to do to finish my teammates. He can afford to do that because the minute he jumped in the portal, everybody wants him. Yeah. A kid like Drew Pine can't afford to do that. He's going to have a very limited number of spots that he can be taken. And the more kids, there's going to be kids that he's going to have to get that spot before somebody else jumps in the portal. So it's a different scenario for different kids. Every kid's different. It's not, well, I'm commending for this kid for seeing the season through. And that kid sucks. It's different for every kid. So if CJ Stroud decided he wanted to jump in a portal, or Bryce Young jump in a portal, they can go wherever the heck they want. Hey, you already took a portal quarterback. So I don't care. Sorry, kid. I didn't know I was going to be able to get Bryce Young or CJ Stroud, So that's my point is just every kid's different. So and it's not a thing where the portal opened on the 5th and you had X 48 hours to jump in or you can't jump in. I could jump in the day it ends as long as I've jumped in and done whatever I needed to do to get somewhere else by the time it closes. Right? So just make sure that's how it works.
Yep.
Bill Walsh says, do you see Miami becoming a top 10 team again? When do you think that is good for college football? I love to see Notre Dame beat up on a ranked Miami team.
It's definitely good for college football. There's no doubt. I mean, anytime's the big brands, when we're talking about the Notre Dames, the Michigans, the USCs, the Texas, the Miamis, like anytime those big brands are really good, I think it helps college football, right? Like we want the landscape to have those blue blood programs, the programs that have been dominated at different marks. So yeah, I think Miami being a really good team is definitely good for college football. Will they be able to be a top 10 team again? I think it's possible. I mean, they're going to have talent, right? You look what they're doing on the recruiting trail, obviously bringing in some talented players. And they just got Samson Okunlola to, combine with a really good offensive line class, which I think their offensive line class was not very good. I mean, their offensive line group was not very good last year, I think, which was a big hindrance to the team a ton. So are they going to recruit high enough under Mario Cristobal to be a really good team? I think it's possible. I'm just more curious on when this roster does get kind of turnover and get more talent in it, is this the coaching staff to take it to the next level? I'm not sure if they are. I think Cristobal is a good coach. Is he a good enough coach to take them to that level consistently? I think that's the question that I have right now. But I certainly think for me, Brian, that they're going to recruit at a high enough rate where they could potentially be that team again. But they're not going to be early 2000s Miami, because that was just utterly insane how much talent they had in that team. But can they be a top 10 team every year? For sure. That's enough talent to be.
I don't even think they can be 80s Miami again. I don't.
Right.
But I do think they can be really good. Mm-hmm. I do. I think they could be 90s Florida State. Right. But there's some things working against them that aren't, not having a school on campus. There's things working against them in some areas, but they're like minor working against them. If they're winning, kids are going to be, fine, I'll get on the bus and drive 30 minutes, go play at Miami because this is the U. Right. Their fan base isn't great. Right. It's not. But yeah, they can be really good again. If Cristobal keeps recruiting the way he's recruiting right now and he keeps having these big money donors, they're going to have to win. I think Sean Davis is right. I think the NIL window as it is right now is going to not last very long. I don't see this lasting this way for very long. I just don't. Mm-hmm. The system will either collapse or they'll make changes. They need to take advantage. Right now, they have a dude that's willing to pay for players, right? Mm-hmm. As long as the NCAA doesn't retroactively destroy them, which is a risk that some of these schools are running, because the NCAA, remember, the NCAA threw that memo to schools and said, we talked about it. We will just because if we change rules doesn't mean we won't retroactively we will retroactively go back and handle some of this business. And schools ignored it because they thought, well, the NCAA doesn't have any teeth. They may not right now, but they might down the road. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. But as long as that doesn't happen, they need to maximize their ability to spend money now, because the only reason Miami's recruiting this way right now is NIL. But they don't always need NIL. They need NIL now because their program sucks. Mm-hmm. When Miami starts being Miami again, then they won't have to buy as many players the way that they're buying players now. Do you agree with that, Ryan? Like,
I do.
You'll still need to buy some, but you can be more like Bama, like Ohio State, like Georgia, where you got to pay some players, but you're also getting a ton of players just because they want to be at the U. They want to be at Notre Dame. They want to be at Bama as well.
Right. Yeah, because I think that when a team starts to get back to more prominence, then that's where you start that the memories start flowing a little bit more, right? Then Ed Reed comes to mind, and Ray Lewis and Warren Sapp and all those dudes, they really start to come to the forefront. Right now, you still have those guys to kind of lean on, but if they aren't like these players that are coming out of high school right now, like they don't remember the U, right? Like they don't remember that 2003 team or 2001 team, where it was just like Frank Gore was like a third stringer. Like they don't remember that team, like they remember Kyle Wrights, like they remember that team. They don't remember that type of team. So remember Stephen Morris, like that's the teams they remember. So the minute that they get back to prominence, though, then the Ed Reed start coming back around and people kind of reminisce, and Jeremy Shockey and all those dudes. And you're just kind of like, yep. The U's back, man. The U's back. That's where it comes from.
Yep, absolutely. Antoine Johnson is on fire today in the chat, Ryan. Have you seen him? I love it.
Not.
I love it. My dude is on fire. Well, and partly because he agrees with me and he's having some fun. But yeah, that's always better that way. Let's see here.
You're agreeing with a Michigan fan. I don't know how I feel
it's
about
all
that.
good. It's all good. It's my dude right there. Robert Bishop, Brian, Ryan, and all of you fellow Indy diehards, Merry Christmas in case my schedule conflicts and I can't watch like usual. Same to you,
Merry
Robert.
Christmas.
Very, very much. Merry Christmas. For those of in the audience who maybe their religion doesn't allow, they focus on other things, Happy Hanukkah, whatever it may be. It's definitely a time of season to be reflecting on family and loved ones and all that. But I'm a Christmas guy, so I'll say Merry Christmas, and you know that there's no disrespect intended.
Happy holidays.
Exactly.
Happy holidays.
But Merry, I'm a Christmas guy, so I'm gonna say Merry Christmas.
As am I.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Sean Green, do you agree with Josh Pate that early signing period should be moved to July or August and keep the February signing period? I think rather Josh Pate is agreeing with me because I've been saying this for a very long time. Yes, it should always be. We also talked about this this isn't a pushback on Sean because not everybody can listen to every second of every show. So I'm not saying it like this, but we did talk about this the other day, Sean, in that I feel it should be a late summer, like it should be before they start their senior year, because some of these kids need the opportunity, if they want to sign, to say, I don't want this distraction. I don't want schools calling me during the year. I don't want schools doing this. I don't want to have to worry about this. I don't want to have to worry about that. I just want to go play my senior year and be a student and do all this, knowing that I'm going to be going to Notre Dame or Texas or wherever else. It makes way more sense to do. I don't understand why there's 2 signing periods after the season is over. I think that's one of the stupidest things ever. And somebody else pushed back. I think it was John Christophic pushed back, saying that the signing period should be gotten rid of entirely. This is it right here. Signing period should only be in February. The early signing period is forcing schools to fire coaches in the middle of the season. John, that's only the early signing period is not forcing them to do that. When they have the early signing period is forcing them to do that. It's the timing, not the rule. If the rule was such that it was before their senior seasons, then the early signing period technically comes after the February signing period from a standpoint of firing coaches, right? Because then you fire a coach at the end of the season in November, and you got 2 whole months to recruit and get everything going before the late signing period. The reason they're doing that is because it's a month, less than a month you have to do it at the end of the season. That's why. And if you're in a championship game, it's even faster. So it's the timing of it. If they had an early signing period, Ryan, before the season, I don't think it forces teams to fire their coaches in the middle of the season the way it does. I don't think it does anyway.
Yeah.
I also think the NCAA needs to adapt a tampering rule for coaching the way that they do for the NFL does. Where like there's windows when you can interview and hire coaches as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
Because that way, some of this stuff is like, it's just absurd. Like there needs to be more to that, in my opinion.
Yep.
All right. So that's another good one there. Let's see here. David Lowe, if we miss out on Card, who will be the next guy target? I think we addressed that one. I don't believe, with all that, we'll see how it all plays out. Charles Parson, what will it take for Texas to be back? I think they're taking the steps now. I think Sark's a good coach. It just comes down to, you got to keep more of your talent in state and you got to develop it better. They have all the resources to be a great program. But you know what? Texas has also never quite been a program for most of its history that achieved to its full success. And I think part of it is because there's a lot more in-state school to compete against. And I count Oklahoma as kind of an in-state school. The way that they've recruited for decades, they recruit like an in-state school, if we're being honest about what Oklahoma does. But it's just about hire the right coaches. So I think it's like with anything else, hire the right coaches. Do that. And I think the boosters also they're a lot like Auburn, Ryan, in that there's not enough patience to allow coaches to do it the right way at Texas. I really believe that to be true as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. Look, man, Texas is recruiting at a good pace, right? You got a pretty good recruiting class coming in. The talent's not going to be a question. It's, I think Sarkisian has done a good job as a coach in the past, head coach wise. I think he's a tremendous offensive coordinator. I agree with you. I think it comes down to coaching. Is he the guy to take him back? I think that's something that we still need to figure out. But sort of like the Miami conversation we just had, I think Texas is going to have a lot of talent moving forward, and you're in the hotbed. It's just about the coaching at the end of the day, because you're always going to be able to pull talent out of the state of Texas. There's no doubt about that. Every single year, single year, like clockwork.
And Texas, if they're really rolling, can go outside of Texas to get kids too. They are a national brand. They can go to Ohio. Remember, they got Jordan Hicks out of Ohio. Remember that? They can go to Florida and get kids if they want to. They can go to California and get kids if they want to. Heck, they had a quarterback early in Mac Brown's run before they really got good. You know his brother. You do a show with his brother. They got Chris Sims out of Jersey, right?
Yes. Yep.
So they can go all over the place and get kids if they want to, if they're rolling right. So, and at the time, Chris Sims was like a top 5 overall national player. I mean, he's a big time recruit for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Timeout Tom asks, with the new NCAA president, do you see new transfer portal and NIL rules in the near future? Look, when it comes to the NCAA, I'll believe it when I see it type of guy, right? Yeah. I mean, that's, to me, Ryan, that's all that needs to be said about the new president. Sounds good. Talking a good game. Let me see it. Exactly. And let me see you smack somebody in the mouth, right? with some sanctions and stuff. Like, you can talk, you can say, oh, you want to pass a new rule. Okay, cool. Rules passed. There's already rules against this. Enforce it. Okay, put some teeth to it.
Yeah, it's way easier to get a plan before you're in the position to, right? To say, oh, I want to elicit this change, I want to do this, and then you get in the position, and then that's when people start pushing back on you and start saying you can't do this, you can't do that, and then you have to pivot, and most of the time you have to decide what you want to do and what you can do, right? There's a big difference, obviously. So I think that you're going to see pretty quickly just how aggressive that the new NCAA, like, if that's his stance, like, you're going to have to be one of those authoritative figures that say, like, no, this is what's going to happen, right? And it's tough to be that guy sometimes, especially in a new position like that. So we'll see. I'm hopeful, but what have you done for me, So,
yep. Ryan, I've been trying to hope that the quarterback rumor didn't truly get out.
Oh, no.
We've been trying to keep this quiet. Notre Dame's trying to keep this quiet, but it's finally been revealed.
Uh-oh.
Jason Smith said, I heard rumors that Coach Tommy Rees was seen having a beer with Chad Powers.
Nice.
It is finally out. It'll be Chad Powers, that dude that looks a lot like Eli Manning. So very well done. Very well done, Jason. Needed some humor today. Very well done, my man. Brandon Plensner says, B. Ryan, 2024 defensive recruiting is what worries me. I actually think offensive recruiting in 24 will be great. Definitely need O'Leary and Washington to step up, and that's what worries me most. It's interesting, Brandon. I don't disagree with you from where things are today.
Right now. Yeah, right.
But this is also the argument like 8 months ago where everybody was like, man, the offensive class really worries me, and I don't know. The defensive class is great. These offensive I'm not sure, other than who can really recruit. And now we're looking at it like, dude, I think the offensive class might actually be better than the defensive class.
It might be.
Yeah. Yep. So I just
can I say this, Brian? I mean, I think that you're seeing right now, and I like that he used Al Washington, Chris O'Leary, for instance, in this conversation, because the defensive line and safety boards are kind of like, I don't know if you can pinpoint guys right now that you say Notre Dame is the leader for. Notre Dame's, making headway for that guy, this guy. I think that defensive line-wise, you can look at, the Smith twins, TJ Lindsey, trying to maintain conversations with Justin Scott and Elijah Rushing, but there are some question marks there, right? I mean, safety position, there are question marks right now. I mean, Peyton Woodyard is making his declaration in 20 days. And I mean, does anybody feel great about where that is right now? I mean, it's just, so what does the safety board look after that? And I do think there's a lot of questions on the defensive side of the ball, but to your point, there was a lot of questions on the offensive side of the ball in 2023. So let's see how the board is recreated, added to what this spring and summer bring, because I do think that this staff has the ability to recover, because it already recovered last recruiting cycle. So, but I definitely get where Brandon's coming about.
Ryan, I'm going to ask you a question. I know you got to run.
Yes.
I want to ask you this before we go, because there's some things that kind of got brought up in that. And Brandon, again, very fair thing to be concerned about right now, but let's just kind of see what they do differently this offseason, right? Yep. In some different areas. So very, very fair thing. Here's what I'm going to ask you, Ryan. If you we're going to have a show coming up after bowl season. That's going to be, if we were named the kings of football, right? Because what can a king do? A king can say, this is what we're doing, and I don't care if you don't like it or not, right? A traditional king, not like a king in England now, right? Where they have it's just for show. True king. I am the king of college football. So a lot of things I would do differently. Here's one of mine that I'm going to say, because we keep getting a lot of early enrollee questions, and you kind of talked about different things. If
Mhm.
you were king of college football, would you or
Mhm.
would you not get rid of early enrollment? I would.
Can I ask why you would personally?
Because I believe I want to allow these young people to be young people. I want to
Okay.
slow down their development as
Mhm.
as professional, because there's a level of professionalism being a college football player. I
Okay.
want these kids to go to prom, to do all, I
Sure.
want them to experience all that part of life. I
Mhm.
really do.
Yeah.
And I would change some other things to allow them to do more in the summer, some things like that. But I would limit it to certain. You have to be over a certain age by the time you graduate. Like I was 19 when I graduated. If you turn 19 by the time, something like that, if you're already 18, or I would maybe have some exceptions, but want to give, at the end of the day, I want to let these kids be kids again. Go to
That's fair.
prom, spend your last semester with play baseball. Like Drake Bowen's gonna be an early enrollee, which means he's not playing his last year of baseball. I want him to be able to play his last year of baseball,
Mhm. Mhm.
all that
Mhm.
type of stuff. Where then kids who do make that decision aren't kind of being then put behind the eight ball because they're making that, or because some can't. Some schools don't allow kids to enroll early, meaning high schools, to graduate
Yes.
early.
Yeah.
So not everybody's on the same playing field,
Mhm.
and so that would be my reasons why.
So I guess I never have really thought enough about it. I always felt like it's a choice for kids. So I mean, if you choose to make that jump, you choose to make it. If you don't want to, you don't want to. But I do think that there's inconsistencies with it. Like De La Salle, for instance, that Cooper Flanagan can enroll early. I know for a fact that he would enroll early if he could.
Right,
He's just not allowed. So it's not like it's like a quality versus equity type of thing, right?
right.
Like he's
He's
not
not the
given
only
the
one either, right? Like
yes,
Armel
yeah.
Mukum can't either, right?
Yeah, he can't. Brennan Vernon can't. So there's a few guys that are not able to, even if they wanted to, right? So I definitely don't think that there's a quality as far as the ability to do that if you wish, which makes it a little bit puzzle, which makes it a little bit inconsistent. But I don't really. I guess I've never really pushed far against. If a kid wants to get his degree, if a kid wants to get the college experience started early, and they've put in all the work to graduate from high school early and do all that type of stuff. I think they should be allowed to, personally. I think they
Yeah,
should. I mean, that's you put in the work, you know what I mean? And
right,
but for guys like Sullivan Absher who could have made that happen, but
right.
want to experience
Sure.
everything and want to play sports and go to prom and do all that type of stuff, should be allowed to,
Yeah.
in my opinion. Like I'm good
I
with
don't
that.
disagree with that. I think it's a
Yeah.
fair case, but
Mhm.
just for me, I sometimes feel like the adults should make decisions that you may not think it's the right thing for you, but we think it's the right thing for you, and make
Right.
those
Right.
things. That's really where it
I
comes from.
I get that.
Because
I get that.
there are some advantages to being an early enrollee as a football player. You get a whole semester of academic work without the stress of playing a game. So there
Yep.
would be some give up to this, right?
Mhm.
That I think I would want to try to find a way to help them overcome that.
Mhm.
Getting to graduate in 3 years and go to the NFL with a degree. There's some benefits to coming as an early enrollee. I just
Sure.
think as young people, the biggest benefit is just letting them be kids again.
I,
You
I
know?
would say this: if I was an advisor, I think I would advise for kids to stay as long as they can.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's the same thing in
Yeah.
college for the most part. I mean, unless you're a third year player that's going to go top 10 in the draft or go
Yeah.
early in the draft, and that's just kind of been your dream. Like
Yeah.
I applaud kids for trying to be a kid or be a college student as long as they can and
Right.
take advantage of that. So
Right.
yeah,
Right. The whole point is, Ryan, it's not an
Mhm.
easy, definite, my way's right, your way's wrong, your way's right,
Sure.
my way's wrong.
Mhm.
These are the conversations that I have fun with, because there is some nuance. Look, there's some good to this, and then there's some give to this.
No doubt.
And I think it's fair to come down on both sides. But to your point, you say they have the right to do that. At the end of the day, it is a choice. I just
Sure.
feel it's not always a choice that they are making without any other external things, because schools are pressuring them to come early. I got to go because otherwise I'm going to fall behind this kid, all that kind of stuff. So it makes it interesting.
Right.
You got to run, correct, Ryan?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We'll finish up some of these questions here as we go through here with this one. And Tommy Gunn says, Brian, for your next hire, will it be another football guy, or how close are you to expanding to someone who primarily does another sport? Obviously, Sean and Vince are doing some basketball coverage. It's going to be a long ways, Tommy, before I hire someone full-time to cover basketball. I mean, I'd be open to, like, if somebody wanted to cover hockey and just get paid to, write some stuff about the team, and just I'll pay you a little stipend and just to get some hockey cover, fine. But basketball just doesn't move the needle. Honestly, it doesn't. Women's basketball does actually. I mean, we get way more traction for women's sports and women's basketball than we do men's basketball by a lot. Sean Sires and I were talking about this the other day. Part of the reason that we talk about the women's basketball team, there's really three reasons. One, Sean's the voice of women's basketball. He does the play-by-play. He's at every game. He can speak intelligently about the team that he covers, that he does play-by-play for, number one. Number two, the women's basketball team is a way better product right now, way better product. It has been for a long time, up until there's like a 2-3 year stretch at the end of Coach McGraw's tenure and the first year of Coach Ivy, and then the COVID and all that, where it had lost some steam. But I mean, even after the first bad year, she went and got Olivia Miles and Sonia Citron, who were 5-star recruits. There was when I had Citron and Miles, I wrote commit stories for both of them, and for like 2 days, those were the most read stories that I had at Irish Breakdown. There is a very strong contingent of women's basketball fans that will read stuff. And so we get a lot of play. And then I think the third reason why is I'm trying to think of the right way to say this, but I won't say it. But yeah, there's reasons why women's basketball does better than men's basketball beyond just track record of success and current record of success. There's some other reasons that I won't get into, but I'm not going to pay someone full time to do that right now. We're just not nearly big enough. Whether the next person is going to be a football person, it'll either be a recruiting person. It won't be a football person, meaning like they only cover football. It'll be a recruiting person, or I'm actually contemplating my next hire actually being someone who I hire as like an editor and someone to do some stuff on the back end, edit stories, edit videos, get more because like right now we do the show, and what I would love to do is be able to take this video, cut it up into like 10 different, like really good segments that are between 2 to 10 minutes long of certain topics. It was a really good question, sparked really good conversation. Like there was a question at the beginning, and I'm trying to remember who asked it, but it was just a great question. And we talked for like 10 minutes on that one. And I thought it was a really good conversation. Like cut that up, put it on the YouTube channel, and then like have like 15 videos coming out from this. I just don't have the time to do that. So I think it'd be worth it to hire someone on the back end to proofread articles, because like I'm not good at proofreading my own articles because I read what I think I wrote, not necessarily always what I wrote. So sometimes I'll miss very clear things that I should see, and then I have to proof everybody else's articles and all that other kind of stuff. And having someone on the back end would then free me to just do more content, and I think that would be a good investment. So that's something I'm considering. It's just going to be hard because I can't pay a lot for it. And then I need someone that's available for certain times of the day to check stuff and do different things. So I don't know if that's going to be doable or not, but that's probably going to be my next hire. I do have an offer out to somebody right now for a recruiting job, but we'll see if it pans out or not. And then if it doesn't, then I'm going to, at some point in time in 2023, I'm really looking to hire someone new. I don't know if it'll be January 1st. Like it was this year with Ryan, but at some point in 2023, we'll look to make a new hire to the staff. Robert Bishop said it before. I've said it before, but maybe IB is to blame for it, but I've never been this excited about an incoming class. Well, I mean, I'm sure we're partly to blame for it, and I appreciate that, Robert. But look, it is a really good class. It's a really, really good class. It really is. Jeff Nelson, do you guys think if it will be a few years for Dion to make an on-field turnaround? I think he'll be shocked this year. For me, it depends on how the portal goes for him. That is a bad roster, man, Jeff. It is a really bad roster. And I don't care if Nick Saban took that program over. Like Nick Saban went 7-6 in his first year at Alabama with an Alabama roster that 2 years before had won 10 games. And he went 7-6 and lost to Louisiana Monroe his first year. Brian Kelly inherited, who I've got my issues with Brian Kelly, but Brian Kelly's a good football coach. I think Brian Kelly became something that I don't particularly like, but when he came to Notre Dame, he's a really good football coach. And he went 8-5 his first 2 years with a bunch of NFL dudes on his roster. Why? Because you inherit a lot of things you got to turn around. Dion's got to inherit all that stuff, the culture change, all this, while also inheriting a roster that is just, honestly, if Dion could make it work, I'd be willing to bet that he would only bring back like 15 guys from the current roster. Like something really absurdly low like that, and just try to replace them all. It's just, yeah. it's yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Scotty G says the class will show the nation the right way to do it in the NIL era. Once our kids start landing their NIL deals the right way and others see they can have it all at Notre Dame, it's a wrap with Mark Stream recruiting. Scotty, the only thing I would add, two things, is number one, you have to have in there somewhere they win. Because if Notre Dame's doing it all the right way and they're going 8-4 every year, it won't work. Coach Freeman's got to win quick to really take it to the next level. Then I'm agreeing with you. The second thing is Notre Dame and or the players need to start doing a much better job of advertising the kind of money that they're getting. Now, if they don't want – see, part of this is they may say, look, it's not our business to go announce how much Michael Mayer's making. It's up to Michael Mayer to announce that. It's not our job to say how much Kyle Hamilton is making. However, there's a way they could do it. They could do it generally speaking. They could say, hey, our players earned X amount of millions of dollars this year in the fall semester, or in this calendar year. Our football players earned X number of millions of dollars through NIL deals the right way, and promote that we're doing it the right way. I think there's a lot of merit to that. And then if players are willing to do it, talk to their counsel, talk to their parents, and say, hey, look, we'd like to have this campaign, letting people know that kids doing really well. Maybe you don't talk about the dollar amounts, but you talk about all the different things he's doing. There's kids at Notre Dame that just like other schools, like that Dylan Gibbons is using NIL to do a lot of things. So hang on 1 second, everybody. Hang on. All right. So a little bit of news here. I fully expect Notre Dame to Notre Dame has basically moved on from Jay Lamar. So there won't be any flip back from that one happening. So that is not going to really be an option for him anymore. So that was what that call was about from a good source of mine who's connected to this recruitment. So that is one Notre Dame is going to move on from. So there you go. So you guys kind of saw some breaking news there a little bit. So yeah, so Notre Dame is going to – let me turn that off. I can't wait for signing day to be over because I'm going to completely be turning my phone off. Notre Dame has actually moved on. I think the part of this from what I had been told the last couple of days, Notre Dame's has known for a while that there was a chance that Jay Lamar was going to leave the class. If you're on the Notre Dame, if on the Irish Break the message board, I said over a month ago that of all the kids I was most worried about, it was Lamar. Notre Dame knew that. They had a chance to move on from a running back. So what happened was they started pushing for other running backs. And so they've had some traction. Obviously, they got a silent commitment from Aeneas Williams over a month ago. And they got so they knew they were going to get that one. But then they started kind of, talking to other backs in the 2024 class. And I think that's kind of where they've been. There's just some kids they graded out a little higher. They were going to honor Lamar's commitment. They like Jay Lamar as a player. Don't get me wrong. But they battled there, but I think that they started kind of seeing some things on the other end that they just liked better. So that call right there kind of confirmed that one for me. So, but regarding Peyton Bowen, if anybody wants to know that one, that's not what that call was about. I have an intel thing on Peyton Bowen on the board. So we'll have to see what that one is all about. So I just wanted to drop that to y'all. So it's one of those calls that certain sources call, and you've kind of got to pick it up. So that's the reality of it. So that's the deal. Because I felt like weird, like covering my mouth and all that, but I just know how some people are. They're going to read my lips and try to figure out what I was saying. So sorry about that. All right. Somebody else asked, Isles ND, Brian, are you wearing the trucker hat that is sold in the store? I'm thinking about getting one, wanted to make short. I am not. I had this one specially made. So let me just show you something here real quick. The trucker hat, I do not have a trucker hat here with me, but the logo will look more like this. So you can kind of see the two come side by side. So this one is like puffed. This one is like puffed. It's actually, it's like starting to look like my baseball hat, a little sweat on there. This one is more puffed. It's a little bit of a different logo than what it was before. This one is more flat. So like this one is like, you can feel like it's like I don't know if you can see it like that way, but it's like kind of, it's embroidered with the puff on it. It's actually something you pay a little extra for. But the new one is not. You see it's more flat. It's embroidered also, but it's more flat. And obviously it'll look, the whole layout will look different. But Ryan wears the trucker hat. So the logo will look a little bit different. It's a little bit smaller. And so, yeah, it looks a little bit different. But no, this was made locally at a shop. I tried to have this guy make the hat. I wanted to sell it through him. I wanted to do somebody local. But the consistency of it, and it took forever to get them produced. This one took like a month to get this one. He did like 10 different hats, like 3 of them were wearable. And like Vince got one, I had one, and the third one I think I gave to my dad. They were the only 3 that were like wearable, and of the fitted ones. But yeah, so the trucker hats look a little bit different. They definitely look a little bit different. So, but yeah, we do have. I mean, so I've got a lot. Like we have this hat in there. This is I'm a flex fit guy. I'm a fitted hat guy, as you'll see. So, sorry, I jacked my shoulder up, and I try not to use it, but I sometimes forget. But these are the fitted flex fit hats. We have this color. We have the white, which I really like. We have the blue. Sorry. They have this one as well. So I have a lot of these different hats. I'm going to start wearing them in the 2023. This is one. This is actually a snapback hat. So we have this one in there as well. There's also one like this that I think Sean Davis wears, the one that's actually the gold back here as well. So yeah, we have a lot of different types of hats. And I also just put a bucket hat, an IB bucket hat in there. We have a visor, beanie, and I also put a bucket hat in there that I'm going to buy for when we get into the spring and summer. So when I'm mowing the lawn and stuff, I'll have my bucket hat on. So we have that on there as well. So yep, there you go. And also, if you are, Tommy reminded me, if you do want to buy stuff from the merch store, if you've signed up for Irish Breakdown, you can use your promo code offer. But I would suggest save that till after Christmas. If you are a listener here or on the message boards, you don't have to be a subscriber to get this discount. We have a Christmas discount. All that I ask is if you're on the message board, it's on the board. If you're not on the message board, just email me and I'll give you the Christmas code. It's 25% off your entire purchase of it. It's a Christmas deal, so 25% off. We've had some orders where I've actually gone in the red for some of those orders, but as I've said before, I don't really do the merch store to make a big profit off of. I mean, I need to make a profit. I can't lose money off of it, but we don't make a lot on it. I mean, we maybe make a couple bucks on average per order with the discounts and stuff. So it's meant to be a community building thing more so than a revenue driver. So just so people understand that, but this Christmas deal allows you to get some really good deals on some of this stuff. And if you're like something you wanted, but maybe it's a higher price item, then use it for this. And it's off your entire purchase. So just email me, Brian@irishbreakdown.com or Brian@driscollpublishing.com. Both work. And I'll give you that code. Otherwise, it's on the message board. So, and I'm actually thinking about and tying in designing a special IB shirt that goes to gold members only. I'm thinking about that Mark Stewart came up the other day. That was a really good idea. So we'll see. We may have some other things like that going for the merch store here moving forward as well. So good stuff. Here's a good one from Pasquale. Says IB has touted the Coach Marcus Freeman culture that's being sold to 23-24 recruiting classes. Recruits seem to be buying in. How come some existing veterans didn't buy in? They seem bought in when Marcus Freeman announced as coach. I think there were some clashing agendas to what Marcus Freeman. So like Marcus Freeman's going to be a different head coach than he was a defensive coordinator. There's going to be some things he did as the defensive coordinator that he was doing because he was following the lead of the boss who sets the tone for the program. And there are some changes that he wanted to get made, that he brought in, that he wanted to kind of go on to something else. And some of the kids didn't like that. When things aren't going their way, some kids are going to look at it and say, well, look, this is how Brian Kelly did it. And then some kids are just kind of came back and just doing their own thing. So you're never going to have a culture that everybody buys into. That's why you're going to have situations where you're going to have kids transfer out from good programs. You're going to have kids not pan out at good programs. Not everybody always buys in. The higher your buy-in, the better it is for you as a program. I think those are things that kind of bought into it. But look, in order, you can be bought in, but when you start your season off with a couple losses, some of those kids don't react to it well, especially the veterans. Well, I can come back for this or whatever the case may be. And if you already had your doubts about buying in and you already had some questions, and then all of a sudden you lose 2 games, well, see, I told you this wouldn't work. And that cancer spreads. And eventually he kind of just nixed a lot of it. And that's why you're seeing some kids leave and why some kids won't be brought back or why some kids may go to the NFL is, it's like, look, you're either on board or you got to go. And I think that's something that's important that he has to do, in my opinion. Very important. CVLE or CVL 08. How does a guy like Justin Flo end up at Arizona? Seems like a massive step down for him in regards to pure exposure. I mean, it's definitely a step down. I think a big reason for it, honestly, is, that kid's missed a lot of football. I think he missed 2 games this year. He only played 1 game last year, only played 1 game the year before that. So this kid's had 3 years where he's only played, where he's been healthy. He's not the player he was. He's still a good player from the limited time I saw him, but he was beat up, he was beat down, all that kind of stuff during the season, and he's just not that player anymore. So I think Arizona is a great opportunity for him because sometimes exposure is not a good thing because when you're that guy and you've come with that big time reputation and all that, and you go somewhere, they're expecting you to be that guy again. Go somewhere like the kid that transferred from USC that went to Ohio State. He made a mistake on Ohio State because he was competing against other really good players. And he should have gone somewhere like in Arizona where maybe he could have become a starter and sort of re-sparked his career. So I think more kids should do things like that, to be completely honest with you, and get back to sort of being, hey, look, man, at the end of the day, the exposure doesn't matter. I need to go somewhere I can get my head right, get my game right, get my body right, and have a chance to go prove that I'm an NFL player. And I need to sometimes get out of that spotlight a little bit to prove that. Tom Burke said, am I setting myself up for disappointment, hoping that Alton Fisher return for 2024? I would just encourage you and every other Notre Dame fan to assume that they're going to leave. And that way, if they do come back, you're surprised, pleasantly surprised. I think sometimes with things like that, you should almost kind of in the back of your mind hope that they are gone, because if they're gone after next year, it means they were really good, which means the Notre Dame offensive line is going to be really good, which means Notre Dame's football team is going to be really good. So, sometimes there's benefits to, like, why'd Michael Mayer leave after this year? Because he's really good and he had a really good year. If Michael Mayer had a bad year, maybe he does come back. But is that good for him? And is that good for Notre Dame? I don't think so. I think when you get to the point where Notre Dame's recruiting the way they need to, fans are going to be a lot more okay with kids leaving because, the kid did great and he's about to go get paid big time money and he's about to be a high draft pick, and you should want that for Notre Dame players. And then the other part is because you've recruited so well, that means so-and-so is going to step in, and then so-and-so else who I was concerned about maybe being a portal kid is now going to be in a rotation role, so he's going to be much happier, and you keep it rolling. That's the sign of a healthy program when kids are leaving early, getting drafted high. Where you don't want to have it is when kids are leaving early because they don't listen to the right people and should have come back. But a guy like Michael Mayer, if Blake Fisher and Joe Alt leave next year and Harry Hiestand kind of blesses that departure, that means they're going to be really high draft picks. That's a good thing for them. And then that's good for Notre Dame too, because that means they're going to be really good. And with Harry Hiestand there, that he's going to get the next kids in line ready to be great. And that's what makes it kind of fun. So, all right. We got one from John Rich here, actually. Get that, John. Sorry, I almost passed over you, buddy. Of all the 23 projected commits, who is most likely, one on offense, one on defense, most likely to force other colleges to plan around? Offensively, I'm going to be honest with you, I think offensively, if everybody reaches their full potential, I think the guy on offense that's going to force people to plan around him the most is Jeremiah Love. I think because he's a home run hitter at running back, he's a guy that is got a lot more physical as a senior this year. He showed that he can be an every down back, and he can do so much in the pass game that it's just like he can hurt you running the ball inside, running the ball on the outside. He's a good pass blocker already. He can line up in the slot. He can line up outside, and he can run down the field. He can go catch the ball over the middle. He can catch the ball in the screen game. He can do a little bit of everything. And I think he has a lot of he has a lot of opportunities to hurt you. So I think for offense, it'd be him. For defense, if he signs, it's going to be Peyton Bowen. Look, Peyton Bowen's a phenomenal player. He can cover. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. He can play over the top. He's a turnover machine. At least he's been in high school. He's that guy. If he leaves, I'd probably pick one of the defensive linemen, Boubacar, whoever pans out, Boubacar, Brennan Vernon, like one of those guys, whoever pans out the most of that group. I'd say probably Boubacar brings the most upside of the group. And I'd probably argue that maybe Devin Houston is in that conversation as well as a guy that could be that with his unique skill set as well. That'd be my guess. Linebackers, I wouldn't go with any of the linebackers as much as I love them because I just don't think linebacker is a position, unless you're like a Jalen Smith that causes people to game plan around as much. You have to be really good to be a linebacker that people game plan around to that degree when everybody around them. Let's see here. Robert Bishop says, question, is Peyton Bowen really that elite of a safety, or is it his punt return capabilities that make him elite overall? I'll say this, Robert. This is a great question. If Peyton Bowen said to me, Brian, I don't want to return punts in college. I just don't. I took some bad shots. I don't want to do it. I'm going to go somewhere that's going to guarantee me to never have to return punts. If he said that to me, he hasn't said that to me, obviously. It wouldn't change my grade of him at all. Him being a dynamic punt returner is just like icing on the cake. Peyton Bowen ranks as a 5-star and as the number one player in his class because of what he does as a safety. It's a very fair question. Whereas like with Dylan Edwards, for example, if Dylan Edwards had that same conversation with me, it would kind of impact my view of him a little bit. Cause I'm like, dude, I don't know if you bring enough value as just an offensive guy to warrant a grade of something high. With Peyton Bowen, if without special teams, he's still a 5-star player. And so like, Caleb Smith is an example of a guy that I like as a receiver, but it's his return potential that adds even more value to what he does. Peyton Bowen returning punts adds value, but he's already kind of graded out as high as you can get from a star system. So it doesn't move the needle there if he does or doesn't do it, if that makes sense. I hope I answered your question the right way. Tyler Wenzel says, hot take, Drake Bowen, Brennan Vernon, and Jaden Osbury are all top 50 players. Well, they all were when Notre Dame signed them or got commitments from them, and they've since dropped. All of them, not all of them. Brennan Vernon dropped. Well, he actually dropped out of the top 50. Rivals dropped him from 26th to 60th in their most recent update. I think Rival still has Peyton Bowen in the top 50, but he keeps falling back. So you can anticipate he's going to drop out of the top 50 by the time the next one comes around. For why, couldn't tell you, but you can expect it. I would say they all drop out. I think at least 2 of them, I would say, in the top 50. I think you can make a case for Osbury and Drake Bowen. I have Brennan Vernon more in the top 75 to 125 range is kind of more of where I see Brennan Vernon. He's got a really high ceiling, but I graded him out more 75 to 125, around there is more fair. So like when he drops, it doesn't bother me that he drops out of the top 50. What bothers me is when some people put him out of the top 250 period. That's nonsense. But what bothers me is when you drop them and there's no rhyme or reason to why you drop them. And that's, I don't love that. Here's an interesting question from Tony Stengel. Will you guys be able to get a large enough staff to put together your own recruiting rankings? I don't want to say much, but I'll just say this. I have a very long-term view. Short-term is very important, but the short-term has to be working towards something, right? Like, so I have short-term goals and objectives and steps, and this is what we need to do. We need to dominate in the moment, but it's all geared towards what do we ultimately want to be? And I had a good buddy that kind of had talked to me a year or so ago about possibly investing in Irish Breakdown. And he forced me in the conversations and the negotiations, he forced me to really think more and more and more about the long-term vision. And I had a long-term vision and I thought it was a really good one and a strong one. And I think he agreed, but he challenged me to think even bigger and even better and to even be more outside of who I want to be. Now, we didn't necessarily see eye to eye on what that was going to look like. He wanted to go one way. I wanted to go a different way, but I loved him for it because he forced me to think outside the box. And he's really helped me out in a lot of different ways. But one of the things that I learned that I kind of gathered is like, look, there's some ways I want to go with this that I didn't even really think about at first. And so I have a lot of long-term goals, whether it's a year from now, 5, 10 years from now, that will eventually include CFB Nation becoming a much bigger thing than it is right now, and eventually having recruiting rankings for CFB Nation. So yeah, that is something that I want to. Now, will that happen a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? I don't know, but that's the goal, is for CFB Nation to be a website and a audio and video platform that covers college football and college football recruiting and has its own analysis and own ranking system. Yes. And I will come up with what I want that system to be and then hire people to carry it out. And of course I'll be part of it, but you want to hire people that are good enough to say, if I stopped doing this, would this person be good enough to do this job without me? And that's the kind of people I want to hire. So, yeah. All right. Let's see here. Benjamin Arautzon says, and this is an interesting question. Is Chancey not being so high on Hannafin a reason why we didn't land him? Does that take the edge off of your recruiting effort? I can't say for sure, Benjamin, but I have a feeling it's like this. Like, you ever been in a relationship, and it doesn't have to be like a like a love relationship, but like a business relationship or a partnership where, you're just, man, I don't really want to be in this anymore. It's really hard to still go out there every day and give your all in it and it not notice it. Right. And so I think if it's accurate that he didn't like him as much, then I'm sure it came through in some ways. And from some conversations I've had with that side, the other side of the recruitment, I think it was they did kind of take it that way. So yeah, I think it's hard to not do that. Rob Didoff says, Brian and Ryan, Doc Brown and Marty McFly have given me a DeLorean to change one decision that the Notre Dame football program has done since 1993. What change or decision would you want that to be? Oh, man. Since 1993, what would you want that to be? So off the top of my head, here's a few that I'm thinking about. I would want them to not rescind Randy Moss's, admission. I would still allow him to come to Notre Dame for two reasons. Number one, I feel like if you're going to be a religious institution, you need to be able to hold people to a standard. And it's okay as a person of faith who lives by that faith to say, I can't accept you acting in a way that I believe to be wrong or sinful. And you may think it's judgy or whatever, but like I have to live by the standards of what my faith stands for, which is the Bible and things like that. I'm not preaching. I'm just kind of saying. So that means when you mess up, there needs to be consequences. And I think Randy Moss should have faced consequences for what happened in that fight. Now, some of you here is like, oh, maybe he's not at fault, but like, okay, but it went too far in my opinion. However, I think they still should have brought him in, number one, because he's a phenomenal football player and would have been a program changing player. But number two, as a Catholic institution, you have to be willing to say, hey, look, he can come here and there's going to be certain things he needs to understand. Maybe you're put on probation. You can't do this. You can't do that. We need you to kind of make some sort of penance, because I think the Catholic faith is there's a penance aspect of it, right? Like say 5 Hail Marys or something like that. I'm not Catholic, so I don't know that for a fact, but I believe that's part of it, right? To where you give him a chance to sort of rehabilitate himself at a place like Notre Dame. You just kind of boot him and wash your hands of it. I don't think that's the right way to go about it, even if he wasn't as good as he was. So that would be one, because I think it would have spoke volumes about him as a football player, but then also about Notre Dame and some of that, the lack of compassion I think sometimes Notre Dame has had when it comes to stuff like that with players. I'm not a big fan of some of that, but that would be one. That would be one. Kirk D.A. Anderson Fitness is a great show. I'm an IB subscriber. Where on the boards can I find the info about how much money Peyton Bowen was offered? It's not on the board anymore because it took over it was not the most important thing from that update. And people were taking that update and running with it in other places and doing things that they're not allowed to do with it. So I deleted it. because the dollar amount was not the important thing. So it is not on the board anymore. But it was substantial. He has obviously denied it. I feel good about my contacts, but the point is it doesn't. That wasn't the point. The point was that there was clearly a wavering going on, and that was the point. All right. Keith Wiegand says, any info on Caleb Smith's visit? Obviously, he's talking about the kid from Virginia Tech. We're trying not to talk too much on transfer stuff, but I will say this. Everything I was told, the visit went really well. I think Notre Dame put themselves in a position to be a major player for him, and I would expect him to make a decision very soon. Tyler, Benji, Brian, and Ryan, I'm pretty sure I know why they won't name coaches because of lawsuits, but why not schools? Because I think you could then infer, well, this person said Alabama was doing this. Clearly, he's talking about one of us. You better be able to prove that. It's still the same thing. Somebody earlier said that slander is spoken, so that should help. If that's accurate, that should help me with that. I just think unless you have proof, and honestly, that's not the right way to do it. I mean, it shouldn't have to come to that. Like, these schools are doing it because they're pissed that the NCAA is not doing anything about it. That's this disappointing thing. I also don't think it's a surprise that since this new president has come out, he hasn't started yet, I don't believe. His term hasn't started, but he's doing the media rounds, and he's talking about we're going to do more cracking down on this. Now, all of a sudden, you got all these coaches are just putting things on blast, I think, in hopes of saying, hey, maybe he will. Let's keep screaming louder and louder and louder how important this is to get fixed. So I think that's part of it, too. B-Straw, I am not going to answer this right now because we're creeping up on 4 hours, but I am going to actually take a screenshot of this question because I think this is a really good off-season show idea. Like, not just answering a question on a mailbag, but a whole show idea. So very well done there. We're gonna make a note of that. I just screenshotted it and have it saved over there in my ideas area. So a good job on that. Milton fan, I disagree with kids getting money because it can't be controlled. They will always find a way to get around. I disagree with kids getting money because it can't be controlled. They will always find a way to get around the rules. Money equals professional. I don't agree with that. Again, it depends, Milton, on how they're getting the money and why and what are the stipulations. If you are being paid to play, then you are a professional and there will become certain consequences with that. If I'm being paid because I'm a name and my name does come from my athletic prowess, but it's to hawk a product or something like that, then that's a different animal. It's not tied to the school. It's not tied to other things. It's a different animal. I don't think kids should be punished because they're famous or because they're really good and not be allowed to start their own YouTube channel or start their own clothing line or start their own, whatever the case may be. And if people want to give that kid money and all that as a college athlete, then that's great. If a high school kid wants to do that and start his own YouTube channel and have people give super chats and he does a Friday mailbag where he answers questions and it's legitimate and you want to give him money, then let him do that. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't think it should be a thing where kid says, hey, I'm going to do this. And this was I saw it on Twitter the other day, and Tim Priester had a great response to it. Say, I'm going to do this thing and it's GoFundMe and whatever fan base gives me the most money is where I'm going to go to. That's not right, man. If it's tied to, well, you only get this deal if you come to so-and-so school. That's not right. I don't believe in that. I don't want that. I think that's where it's like you're basically a professional. So I think there's a way to do it where kids are getting a cut of the product that they have a role in. I think their role is not nearly as big as they think it is. And we explained this the other day. I don't need to rehash it, but they deserve a bigger piece of the pie. I don't think they deserve as much of the pie, but like, for example, EA Sports, that should have always been a thing. You're literally using their everything. Like, well, we don't use their names. Okay, so in 2009 EA Sport, 2000 EA, college football 2010, you didn't use the name, but the starting quarterback was, boy, it sure looks a lot like Jimmy Clausen, and the bio that you put in there sure sounds a lot like Jimmy Clausen. And the skill set that you grade from sure sounds a lot like Jimmy Clausen. Oh, and he's wearing Jimmy Clausen's number. Oh, and your receivers are, a 6'3", kid like Michael Floyd that looks a lot like Michael Floyd and wearing number 3. And the other receiver's a kid that looks a lot like Golden Tate wearing number 23. who are we talking about here, right? It's nonsense. And so they should have always had a cut of that. And the schools were given a cut of that. It's just the schools didn't distribute it to the players. And that I have a problem with. And so they should get a cut of that. Why are the schools benefiting from, only? The schools should get a cut of it too. Because again, it's all, at the end of the day, it's about the golden helmet, not who's in it, right? Are any of you going to stop watching Notre Dame next year if 30 players left and were replaced by other 30 players? Some of you maybe, but most aren't, because it's not about them. You may love Drew Pine, but is Drew Pine the reason that you became a Notre Dame fan? No. Is he the reason you're going to not be a Notre Dame fan? Doubt it. So it's not about him. And this is just him as an example because he left. You're a Notre Dame fan for other reasons. And that doesn't change because the roster changes. And at least for most people, it isn't. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. I've been waiting to get down to this one. Thank you for this one. A-Bent ND. How hilarious will it be when we hear about kids taking pay-for-play upfront bribes, but then not signing with that school? I really want these scumbag coaching staffs to get burned badly. I think this is it's only a matter of time, honestly, for that. I think it's a thing where it's about kids knowing their value and worth. Because you know your value, know your worth. Hey, know that this isn't legal, and so I want more kids to start asking for upfront money, getting upfront money. Well, we're not going to do it till after you sign. I want it now. So-and-so school is offering me to give it to me now. Get that money and then say, I decided at the last minute to sign with somebody else. What are they going to do? It's a collective. It's something that they're not supposed to offer. You're going to say, hey, we want our money back that we offered you illegally? Nope, I don't think so. I would have no problem with that. No problem with that. I think it'd be hilarious. And it's what a lot of people would get. Now, if you take money and agree to do a spot for a specific product, hey, we're hiring you to be a spokesperson for this product. Here's your signing bonus. Okay, well, you get to keep that even if something doesn't happen and they decide to go a different direction, they can't take the signing bonus back. If you decide to not honor the contract, they can maybe retrieve that back. That's different because you're getting to an actual contractual agreement with an entity that's going to pay you this no matter where you go to school. I wish more kids would do stuff like that. Now, maybe it wouldn't be as big of an upfront money, but it would allow you to still get money and get paid without some of the other stuff that goes along with it, in my opinion. I'm going to last couple, and then we got to get out of here because I am starting to lose my voice. Did get a super chat down here from the Real Coconut. So did you see that Jeff Traylor tweeted out asking for protocol to report schools who are tampering? Doubt anything comes of it, but it starts with someone saying something publicly. Agree that it has to start that way, but look, coaches have been saying stuff publicly for a while. Coaches have been reporting schools for a while. There have been plenty of schools reporting people, and nobody. They're just not doing anything about it. That's the thing that sucks. The NCAA. I mean, this stuff is so out in the open. Like when Jaden Rashada and Nico announced their deals, and that came out, and then some of them, Rashada came back and said, "Oh, I'm not being offered that much." Blah 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 blah. But you knew he was getting offered something. It wasn't even a secret. It's just out there. They could have easily investigated that and figured out that something was wrong, but they just chose not to. Now, I think they're just waiting back, letting it all crash, and then they'll come in and clean it all up is what I think they're trying to do. Now, will they be able to do that? I don't know. I think they think it's the plan, but I don't know if they're competent enough to do it. And so I just but I think they're purposely not doing anything about it, which I think is wrong. I think that's cowardly. But I think that's why they're doing it. But thank you for the super chat, Real Coconut. I appreciate that very, very much. Just a couple more quick things real quick. Christopher Galloway, Brian, will there be an IB Nation tailgate at the bowl game? There will not be. But what I was going to put on the boards, Christopher, is kind of throwing out the idea of maybe doing a get-together. We did this in last year in Phoenix, and I thought it was a lot of fun. I met John A1 there for the first time, had some folks coming in from Montana that I had a chance to meet. A lot of folks, we got a chance to meet a lot of people that were on the board. So I don't have time to plan that, but if a lot of y'all are going to be down there and you guys want to kind of reach out to me and say, hey, let's get some people together to plan this, I'm all for that. But that would be more of like, the 28th, the 29th, the night, one of those nights, meeting for dinner and just hanging out and having some fun. That would be a little bit more doable than the tailgate. The tailgates for me are just I love to do them to meet people, but I on game day I kind of like to be locked in on the game, especially when it's an earlier game. Like I like tailgating when it's a night game because you actually have time to relax and do stuff. But I'm going to be kind of focused on the game at that time. But if you guys are tailgating and you DM me and let me know if I get there early enough, I'll swing by, but just for a minute. But I would like to kind of do like a get together at a restaurant or something like that a night or two before if some of y'all are interested in that. So Trucker Joe said, I still remember Colin Cowherd talking about how the playoff will keep Bama from dominating like they did during the BCS era. I'm not sure what your take is to that, Trucker Joe. I didn't see a response. Like if you agree with them that has happened or not, but I don't think that has panned out. I think if anything, I think Bama has at least one more title that they would not have had if it wasn't for the playoff, because in 2017, Alabama shouldn't have been in the playoff. They won a title despite the fact they didn't even win the SEC. They didn't even play in the SEC title game. That wouldn't have happened in 2012 when the BCS era. So I don't know. I think it's kind of a wash because you could maybe point to a year where, yeah, but this year they wouldn't. Like to me, it's like what year would they not have gotten in, right? Like here's 2014. Who were the two number one? You probably would have had what? It would have been Alabama and Oregon and playing the championship game in 2014, I believe. Let me just look that up real quick. I want to see what the seedings were. I always forget this one. The seeding for the year after the 2014 season, because Ohio State was the 4 seed, right? And they played. Bama was the 1. Yeah, so Bama would have played Oregon in the opener. I think Bama probably beats that Oregon team. I think. And so Bama would have won a title 2014. They never would have got a chance to play Ohio State. Ohio State beat them, right? So that's the counter to my argument. So that's the evidence that a guy like Colin Cowherd could point to. Like, hey, they wouldn't have gotten to play Ohio State. They'd have played Oregon, probably beat them. That's the evidence to back up that point. I just think there's been other opportunities where maybe even more where I don't know if they would have gotten in or had a chance to play. 17 is a perfect example. So I think at worst, it's a wash. I think Alabama's fading more because there's over time, every dynasty dies, or at least goes away for a little while. Last question. Here's a good one. Coach Vic 7 says, is there anything to the theory that Texas players have a higher floor and a lower ceiling because of the level of coaching they get in high school? I think this is a really interesting and fascinating conversation to have, because I think there is something to that. And I think that part of it is, coach, is that number one, it's not just the coaching. That's part of it. But like the part of the coaching is these kids show up like ready to play. They're well schooled. So maybe they're producing and playing at a level in high school that's beyond their upside as a physical player, right? But they come in, they're ready to play a lot of times. They're physically ready to play. They're mentally ready to play. They've been coached from real coaches who make good money, because if you're a coach and let's say you're a coach in Ohio and you want to move south and you're trying to decide whether you want to go down to Florida and live and coach football or go down to Texas and live and coach football, there's a lot more options for you to make 6 figures as a high school football coach down in Texas than there are in Florida. And it's much better school systems and all types of things. And neither of them have state income taxes, right? So that's a wash. So there's just more opportunities there because there's more investment in the programs. Schools pay better, all that kind of stuff. Just a much deeper thing. But that means these kids, like you said, and a lot of the schools in Texas that are really good are public schools, where a lot of the top schools in Florida, not all of them, like Miami has some really good schools, but like, say Aquinas, it's a private school. IMGs, I don't even know what they are. I don't even know what I would call them. Berkeley Prep's a private school. So it's a little bit more of a mix, where in Texas, it's public schools. Now, I don't know what the open enrollment rules are or anything like that, but a lot of these kids kind of grow up playing together. So there's all those aspects that go into it, where in Florida is a lot like Virginia. Like growing up in Virginia, when I was at Kempsville for 2 years, like the kids at Kempsville are made up of like 3 different middle schools. So like you could be at like Tallwood Middle School, and you have your teammates, and then like a third of your team goes to Kempsville because of the school district for high school, and then the other third goes to Tallwood, and then the other third goes to Green Run, right? even though you went to the same middle school. And so it was like where I grew up in Ohio, at Bath, like it's Bath Middle School, Bath Elementary, Bath Middle, Bath High School. So you kind of grow up playing together. Well, I believe that's the case in a lot of places in Texas. Not all, but a lot of places in Texas where you kind of grow up part of the same league. So I think all those things factor in. I also think there's much better strength conditioning programs in a lot of these Texas schools too. So I think that kind of plays into the conversation as well as to why you start seeing more of these Texas kids. They show up more physically advanced. Well, when a kid is more physically advanced, there's a lot less room for him to grow, coach. And I think that's a factor of it too. So I do think that's an issue. And I think that's one of the things that burned Mac Brown late in his career. And it's one of those things where he was taking kids so early because they were so advanced, but then they weren't kind of growing and developing. So by the time they were sophomores, other kids from other states were passing. That's why Virginia produces so many sleepers, because there's not spring ball. It's not, great school systems, just really talented kids that maybe don't get the exposure or develop later because there's no spring ball and things like that. And then all of a sudden, by the time they're juniors in college, they've surpassed the kids from Texas in some instances. So I think there's something to that, which means you got to be really careful when you're recruiting that you understand that and that you're recruiting that kid knowing that, right? So there's different types, like Caleb Smith and Braylon James, to me, are guys with not as high floors, but much higher ceilings. Peyton Bowen is a much higher ceiling kid, where Jaden Greathouse is more of a really high floor, maybe not the ceiling, but a really high floor. He's that traditional Texas kid. Braylon James is not. Braylon James is more of that toolsy kid that has a lot of room to still grow and improve. So you got to be careful, because it's not a one size fits all. But I do think that's more of a danger in Texas than it is in Florida. It's a great observation, Coach. And I think that's a great way to end today's show. So we are going to get out of here on that question from Coach. I really appreciate that. So many great questions today. This is the first 4-hour show we've had in a long time, and I probably should have done this because we're going to have a very long show tomorrow, and I may not have a voice. But we're going to get started tomorrow at 10 a.m. Got another show coming up tonight in 47 minutes. The Ivy Nation Sports Talk show is tonight. They'll have something for you tomorrow. We're going to start at 10 a.m. We're going to get started. We're going to go all day. Tons of interviews. We're going to have a lot of different guests. We're going to go from 10 to 3 minimum. We may go beyond. 6 o'clock, we'll have IB Nation Sports Talk. And then 7:30, I'll be going on with Sean and Malik on the Lucky Lefty podcast to wrap everything up. And, of course, if there's any new intel, any stuff that comes out, we will share it with you on the Irish Breakdown message boards, which you can find at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Hit that like button, everybody. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. Share this podcast. If you want to buy stuff from our merch store, and hit me up if you're not on the board. You can look for it on the board. We have a Christmas code. If not, you can email me. I saw that I got an email during the show about that. I'll send you. It's 25% off your entire purchase. If for the message board, it's $4.99 a month or $40.99 for a year. If you're thinking about jumping up to a gold club, I would say hold off on that for just a minute. I want to get with a couple people about possibly doing something special for gold club people. To kind of just be a little a thank you for people that join the Gold Club here moving forward. So anyway, for Ryan and the rest of the IB crew, can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. We will talk to you again on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.